It's me, Mr. Glass, back at it again. Where the truth is the truth, period. Fuck all the bullshit. Cause the truth is all we have. I'm sitting up here listening to this bullshit, dealing with us as the people, paying for these motherfuckers to have a discussion about this election that was straight up bullshit. So we gonna live and check it out. Check it out.
It really shouldn't be. This is something I think we all should want to restore the confidence in our election system. A week ago, when I gave notice to this hearing, there were more standing issues and court cases than there are today. But even though courts have handed down decisions and the Electoral College has awarded Joe Biden 306 electoral votes, a large percentage of the American public does not believe the November election results are legitimate. This is not a sustainable state of affairs in our democratic republic. There are many reasons for this high level of skepticism. It starts with today's climate of hyperpartisanship, which is only exacerbated by the persistent efforts to delegitimize the results of the 2016 election. The corrupt investigation and media coverage of the Russian collusion hoax reduce faith in our institutions, and the ongoing suppression and censorship of conservative perspective by biased media and social media adds fuel to the flames. Senator Grassley's and my investigation and report on the conflicts of interest and foreign financial entanglements of the Biden family is just one example of how media suppression can and does affect the outcome of an election. It is both amazing and galling that all of a sudden, post-election, this has become a news story and a scandal worthy of investigation. With less than a month left in my chairmanship of this committee, the examination of irregularities in the 2020 election will obviously be my last investigation and last hearing as chairman. But oversight into election security should continue into the next Congress because we must restore confidence in the integrity of our voting system. As I said at the start, this effort should be bipartisan. In my statement announcing this hearing, I stated its goal was to, quote, resolve suspicions with full transparency and public awareness. What's wrong with that? That is what good oversight can accomplish. Unfortunately, Senator Schumer and Peters ignored my statement and instead chose to politically attack me in this hearing. As I commented in last Thursday's hearing on early treatment of COVID, closed-mindedness is a root cause of many problems we face. And just a quick aside about that hearing, about 7 days ago, it was attacked, unfortunately boycotted by Democrat members of this committee, except for a rather politically charged opening statement by Senator Peters. Two of those witnesses, two of those doctors who have the courage to treat COVID patients, told me, I think told one of them told the committee, they're Democrats. And they were very disappointed by that boycotting by Democrats, that closed-mindedness, that politically charged opening statement. But to prove the worthiness and the value of that hearing, Dr. Corey, one of those Democrats, a person showing immense courage in treating successfully COVID patients, his 10-minute opening statement has received more than 4.4 million views in just the last 7 or 8 days. Obviously, Americans need that information. They have the right to know about early treatment, and they have the right to try early treatment. So my last pitch before I return to this hearing, if you or somebody you know gets COVID, seek a doctor. Again, you need doctor participation in this, but find a doctor who will at least consider and talk to you about early treatment. On with this hearing. In preparation for this hearing, I asked my staff to find out as much as they could about basic election mechanics, controls, and data flow. Much of the suspicion comes from a lack of understanding how everything works and how much variety there is in the way each precinct, county, and state conducts their elections. Even though decentralization makes it more difficult to understand the full process, it also dramatically enhances the security of our national elections. In addition to the witnesses testifying today, we spoke to state and local officials, as well as suppliers of election machinery, equipment, and data. I believe the alleged irregularities should be organized into three basic categories.
That's the lie.
Number one, lax enforcement or violations of election laws and controls. 2, allegations of fraudulent votes and ballot stuffing. And 3, corruption of voting machines and software that might be programmed to add or switch votes. In the time we had, it was impossible to fully identify and examine every allegation. But many of these irregularities raise legitimate concerns, and they do need to be taken seriously. So here's a brief summary of what we did learn. And a lot of this should provide American public comfort in the integrity of our election system. First, multiple controls do exist to help ensure election integrity. Voter registration rules and election logs for both in-person and absentee vote balloting are used to verify eligible voters and help prevent fraudulent voting. But it is not a perfect system, as we will hear in testimony today. We have increased the percentage of votes using paper ballots from 82% in 2016 to 95% in 2020, and a lot of that had to do with the efforts of CISA and Chris Krebs, recognizing that was a vulnerability in our system, not having that audit trail. So this is a significant improvement in providing a backup audit trail, but only if full or statistically valid recounts occur. Optical scanners, ballot marking machines, and tabulators should not be connected to the internet during voting. But we found some do have the capability of being connected, and there are allegations that some were. Once voting ends, those machines print out a paper report and also transmit voting data in digital form in 2 separate data streams, from precinct to the county level and then the state level. The first data stream, this is the official stream, is sent to the official state election management systems, and the second unofficial stream is to the unofficial media reporting system through companies like Edison Research and the Associated Press. There is no uniform method of transmission. It is not fully automated, and thousands of human beings are involved in the process. So human error does occur, but that is what paper backups and post-election canvassing is designed to catch. Today we will hear testimony on how election laws in some cases were not enforced, and how fraudulent voting did occur, as it always does. The question that follows is whether the level of fraud would alter the outcome of the election. This year, in dozens of court cases, through the certification process in each state, and by the Electoral College vote, the conclusion has collectively been reached that it would not.
Nope.
However,
That's what y'all say.
Denying effective bipartisan observation of the complete election process, and failure to be fully transparent or conduct reasonable audits has led to heightened suspicion. The most difficult allegations to assess involve vulnerabilities in voting machines and the software used. In order to effectively determine the extent to which voting machines were subject to nefarious intrusion or other vulnerabilities, computer science experts must be given the opportunity to examine these allegations. This is a complex issue that has been under congressional scrutiny for years. Since 2018, I'm aware of 3 oversight letters requesting information from the main suppliers of voting machines. This oversight is focused on Election Systems and Software LLC, Dominion Voting Systems, Inc., and Hart InterCivic, Inc. Today we have a witness from the Election Assistance Commission, which certifies voting machines, to describe what has been done and what more can be done to address any vulnerabilities. On March 7, 2018, it was reported that Senators Klobuchar and Shaheen asked, quote, major vendors of U.S. voting equipment whether they had allowed Russian entities to scrutinize their software, saying the practice could allow Moscow to hack into American election infrastructure. Then last year, on March 26, 2019, Senators Klobuchar, Warner, Reid, and Ranking Member Peters wrote, quote, the integrity of our elections remain under serious threat. Our nation's intelligence agencies continue to raise the alarm that foreign adversaries are actively trying to undermine our system of democracy and will target the 2020 elections as they did in 2016 and 2018 elections. A combination of older legacy machines and newer systems, vulnerabilities in each present a problem for the security of our democracy and they must be addressed. And then on December 6, 2019, Senators Warren, Klobuchar, Wyden, and Congressman Pocan wrote, quote, "We are particularly concerned that secretive and trouble-plagued companies owned by private equity firms and responsible for manufacturing and maintaining voting machines and other election administration equipment, quote, have long skimped on security in favor of convenience, leaving voting systems across the country prone to security problems. Moreover," again, this is a quote from that letter, "moreover, when state and local officials work on replacing antiquated machines, many continue to run an old software that will soon be outdated and more vulnerable to hackers." The letter continues. In 2018 alone, voters in South Carolina were reporting machines that switched their votes after they'd inputted them. Scanners were rejecting paper ballots in Missouri, and busted machines were causing long lines in Indiana. In addition, these senators write, researchers recently uncovered previously undisclosed vulnerabilities in nearly 3 dozen back-end election systems in 10 states. And just this year, after the Democratic candidate's electronic tally showed he received an improbable 146 votes out of 55,000 cast in a Pennsylvania state judicial election in 2019, the county's Republican chairwoman said, "Nothing went right on election day. Everything went wrong." That's a problem. These problems threaten the integrity of our election. Now again, those were 3 letters from Democrat members of Congress. Now, maybe I missed it, but I don't recall the media or anyone else accusing these 8 congressional Democrats of indulging in, quote, quackery and conspiracy theories, unquote, quote, or their letters of being a, quote, ridiculous charade, unquote, as Senator Schumer did when he used those exact same words attacking me in this hearing on the Senate floor. The fact that our last 2 presidential elections have not been accepted as legitimate by large percentages of the American public is a serious problem that threatens our republic. I do not say that lightly. This hearing is part of what should be ongoing congressional oversight that is meant to transparently address that serious problem. So before I turn it over to Senator Peters, I do want to remark this is my last hearing as chairman. I want to express the fact that I think it's been an honor and privilege to serve. I think our track record, even though a couple last hearings, some of these investigations have grown to be a little rancorous, I regret that, but I think we really have an excellent track record of achievement. Over 100 bills passed and signed into law in this committee, 200 others passed by the committee, maybe not signed into law, but that can act as a foundation for future legislation. And so again, I just want to thank everybody for working together, staff. It's really been an honor and privilege. And looking ahead, I want to acknowledge Senator Carper had a very kind phone call to me just an hour ago. We'll probably be working in some capacity as chairman or ranking member in the committee on the permanent subcommittee investigations. And I look forward to trying to find those areas of agreement of things we can look into together to give the American people the information they need to know as it relates to government and other issues. So, Senator Carper, thanks for calling it. With that, I'll turn it over to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for being here today. You know, Mr. Chairman, if we have learned anything over the past few years, it's that we cannot take our democracy for granted. Our institutions and our democratic norms have been under assault, and when elected leaders fail to stand up to protect them, we just see how quickly things can erode. For generations, Americans have been a shining example for budding democracies around the world. We have shown the world that strong governments and free societies can thrive when political power is entrusted to the people. We have demonstrated that the will of people is above any one individual. And when voters choose their new leaders, power can be transferred peacefully. The president and many of his supporters are, unfortunately, continuing their efforts to undermine the will of the people, disenfranchise voters, and sow the seeds of mistrust and discontent to further their partisan desire for power. Whether intended or not, this hearing gives a platform to conspiracy theories and lies. And it's a destructive exercise that has no place in the United States Senate.
Mm.
Joe Biden won the election more than
No,
5
he
weeks
fucking
ago
didn't,
with
bitch. Y'all cheated, y'all
306
dirty
electoral
bastards.
votes and received the most popular
Man,
votes
ain't no
for a
way in the world he can get
presidential
more votes than the
candidate
motherfucking
in American history.
sitting in the
All
motherfucking
50
basement.
states and the
Bitch, shut the
District of
fuck
Columbia
up.
have certified those results. The Electoral College met Monday and all affirm that Joe Biden will be the president on January 20th, 2021.
Not if we say he ain't. We
It's a
the
result
fucking
that the
people say
majority of the
fuck
American
you.
people recognize, along with the leaders of more than 150 countries.
He don't give a fuck about no other fucking countries.
Yet
We
even
give a
after
fuck
all of
about
that,
this country.
significant
Fuck
numbers
another
of
country.
Republican elected officials have been slow to publicly acknowledge that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. I appreciate that yesterday several of my Republican colleagues made their first public comments acknowledging this fact.
Bitch, fuck that. Yeah, that bitch ain't no president. We don't want no motherfucking criminal as a fucking president. That bitch is a fucking straight up fucking criminal. How a motherfucker get it? A motherfucker's fired for investigating his son's criminal activities.
Chosen by the voters
Fuck
to
y'all.
help uphold our institutions and democratic values spent weeks either turning a blind eye or parroting provocative rhetoric and false claims about this election. By not speaking out earlier, even though they knew it was wrong, that there was no evidence to support these claims, and that this inflammatory rhetoric is harmful to our democracy, many elected officials gave the president and his supporters license to spread damaging lies about the election. We have known for weeks that there was no widespread voter fraud, a fact that President Trump's own Department of Justice.
Bitch, shut the fuck up with them lies, man.
There was no election.
Fucking people ain't that fucking stupid.
Rigged. In fact, independent election security officials and the Department of Homeland Security have called this election, quote, the most secure in American history, end of quote. We're going to hear directly from the former director of CISA, who will testify today about that fact. In the face of intimidation from the president and his supporters, including threats of violence and even death, election officials in states across the country certified their results as accurate. More than 50 post-election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign have been dismissed or withdrawn, including by the United States Supreme Court, because there is simply no evidence to support these claims in a court of law.
Yeah, the court of law is being ran by a criminal organization.
There were no widespread election irregularities that affected the final outcome. These claims are false, and giving them more oxygen is a grave threat to the future of our democracy. Now, I understand the chairman's desire to ensure our elections run smoothly, and I agree that we need to restore faith and trust in our election process. But I'm concerned that today's hearing will do more harm than good by confusing a few anecdotes about human error with the insidious claims the president has erred. Mistakes do happen in elections, but there's a difference between a clerk making an error that gets caught and corrected during routine audits and calling the entire election fraudulent or stolen when there is no evidence just because you do not like the outcome. Amplifying these obviously false narratives about fraud or irregularities corrodes public trust. It threatens national security.
Oh, that's bullshit.
And it weakens our democracy.
I was popping that dude. That bitch put the pin fail.
The world. Every time the president
bullshit.
or his followers make these false claims,
at you.
they destabilize our relationships with our allies and allow authoritarian adversaries to undercut American democratic leadership around the globe. Democracy and a free society are not guaranteed. We have seen democracies around the world crumble because of similar words and actions. When executives abuse their power, when political leaders work to stifle the free press, and when they delegitimize the principle of one person, one vote, it puts our country on a dangerous path towards authoritarianism. I have faith that our democracy is strong and that it can withstand these attacks. But we need all of our leaders to speak up and condemn this harmful rhetoric. Preserving our democracy takes hard work, and I'm deeply troubled that we're at the edge of a crisis point. Now is the time for American patriots who love this country to say enough is enough. Now is the time for patriots to put our nation's founding ideals first during a time when American democracy needs the strongest defense that we can give. Mr. Chairman, to date, the Trump campaign has filed about 60 legal challenges to the election in 8 states across this country. I ask that this document highlighting those cases and their failed attempts be entered into the record without objection.
They failed attempts because the fucking legal system is crooked. It's fucking crooked. It's ran by a criminal organization. Everybody against Donald Trump, even the motherfucking news motherfuckers. This is some fucking bullshit.
Condemning the threats of violence, harassment, and intimidation leveled at election officials across the country since election.
Bitch, stop talking bullshit. Pussy ass.
Without objection.
I also ask that op-eds from our nation's foremost voices on election integrity, democratic institutions, and national security, including Madeleine Albright, Michael Chertoff, Ben Ginsburg, and Stephen Brill, be entered into the record without objection.
Without objection, because I'm not afraid of information.
No, that's great. And lastly, I would like to enter into the record a statement from Freedom House President Michael Abramovich. Freedom House is a non-profit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to the expansion of freedom and democracy across the world. Without objection, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Man, fuck all that bullshit.
Again, I don't see anything dangerous about
through.
Evaluating information.
You feel me?
About doing legitimate
and this is fucked up
oversight.
That I can't get no legal representation because of the fucking system being so fucking far past broken.
There's a real problem for a lot of
it can't be fixed
issues we face
unless we the people start the fixing part from getting in to clean the dirt and trash ass bullshit out of the system, because the system is too fucking far tainted with the bullshit and the bullshitters to have to clean it out from the inside, clean it out. You got to go inside. You can't be inside trying to clean that shit out. You got to go in.
The integrity,
and that's
this
us,
is Senator Peters,
the people,
joining and writing this
legal
letter.
aid before.
The integrity of our elections.
You just saw us go in the bank and handle our business.
Our nation's intelligence agencies continue to raise the alarm that foreign adversaries are actively trying to undermine our system of democracy and will target the 2020 elections as they did in 2016 and the 2018 elections. The combination of older legacy machines and newer systems, vulnerabilities in each present a problem for the security of our democracy, and they must be addressed until, I guess right now, let's move on. Let's not worry about this, because if we look at this, it's dangerous to our democracy. Okay. Also, the December 6, 2019 letters written by Senators Warren, Klobuchar, Wyden, and Congressman Pocan to those same equipment manufacturers. I would also like to enter the responses from Dominion and Hart to the March 27th letter, but the ranking member's staff had objection. Do you object to that? The responses? Okay, so we'll enter those in the record. And finally, there's a really interesting article recently written by Matt Taibbi, who, again, I don't know his political affiliation. Seems to be a pretty straight-up reporter, the things I read of him, but if I were to guess, and no offense, Mr. Taibbi, I think he might be a little bit left of center, but the title is "The YouTube Ban is Un-American, Wrong, and Will Backfire. Silicon Valley couldn't have designed a better way to further radicalize Trump voters." And the reason I want to enter this article in the record, I really hope people read it, because it really speaks to an awful lot that I covered in my opening statement of why we're in this unsustainable state of affairs in this country, where after 2016, 4 years of resistance, failing to recognize, refusing to recognize the legitimacy of that election, and here we are again. This is not sustainable. But anyway, again, I want to welcome the witnesses. It is the tradition of this committee to swear in witnesses, so those via WebEx, if you raise your right hand, you here in person, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you would give before this committee would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
To help you who? Who is this
So
guy
our
that's
first
supposed to
witness
be
is
helping
coming
him?
via
Fuck.
WebEx.
That's that
Judge
bullshit.
Kenneth Starr. Judge Starr served as a judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals from 1983 to 1989. Mr. Starr has argued 36 cases before the Supreme Court, including 25 cases during his service as Solicitor General of the United States from 1989 to 1993. From 1994 to 1999, he was appointed to serve as independent counsel for 5 investigations. Mr. Starr has had a distinguished career in academia and continues to write articles and serve as a guest commentator on a variety of media programs. Judge Starr.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Peters and members of the committee. It's an honor to be with you, even remotely. Over a century ago, the Supreme Court of the United States wrote this: "The right to vote is a fundamental political right, preservative of all rights." And over our 231 years as a constitutional democracy, the story of our American experiment is in no small part a story of expansion and inclusion. And that policy has been undergirded by a desire to achieve human dignity and equality of all persons. In the wake of the Civil War, very briefly, our constitutional history in terms of amendments governing voting. The 15th Amendment served as the capstone of the 3 post-Civil War amendments, which, taken together, abolished slavery, guaranteed due process and equal protection to all persons, and then expanding the right to participate to all persons. With the franchise expanding came 100 years ago the inclusion of women in 1920 as a federal constitutional right, the 19th Amendment. The elimination of financial impediments to vote, the 24th Amendment in 1964. And finally, in the wake of the Vietnam War, the expansion of the vote in federal elections to include 18-year-olds, the 26th Amendment in 1971. And of course, along the way, Congress acted to foster the values of the 15th Amendment through the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1964 with its extensions over time. Now, underlying this story of ever-expanding voting rights was an assumption, that is one of integrity in the process. Recall the scene in the wonderful movie Selma, as the would-be voter portrayed by Oprah Winfrey was unconscionably stymied in her effort simply to register to vote. Dishonesty caused disenfranchisement and enormous moral outrage. The flip side of racially motivated disenfranchisement is the bedrock concept of treat everyone fairly and be honest in the process. And this bears repeating. Honesty in the electoral process is fundamental to the social bonds that unite us as a free people, echoing the chairman's opening statement. And not surprisingly, the Supreme Court of the United States has severely warned about the dangers and the corrosive effects of dishonesty. Here's what a unanimous Supreme Court wrote in 2006. Confidence in the integrity of our electoral processes is essential to the functioning of our participatory democracy. And the court went on to say, voter fraud drives honest citizens out of the democratic process and breeds distrust of our form of government. So how do we achieve honesty and integrity in elections?
And then the criminals can take over,
for the reason
and then the criminals can lay up there and run the whole fucking system.
We have national
because the
elections,
motherfuckers that honest are afraid of the fucking criminals. It's time for us to stop being a fucking afraid.
Indeed, both
Fear,
Article 1 and Article
false
2
evidence appearing real. The truth is real. And you to be fucking real, you fucking fool. We all been taught to be fucking stupid fucking fools.
Both Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution and Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2. And so, as in much of life, the guardrails of integrity are needed, and time and again, courts have warned in the strongest terms that assuring honesty and integrity is a compellingly important governmental interest. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, now retired, who herself had been elected to state office in Arizona, specifically warned that judicial intervention may be required in order to protect the integrity of the election process. And so, as we'll be discussing in this hearing, the presidential election of 2020, with its unprecedented feature of the use of mail-in ballots, has given rise to a number of questions that deserve to be answered. I will, instead of pointing to examples such as in Pennsylvania, where there was a clear violation of the law, and then the statement of Justice Samuel Alito, since my time has now expired, I want to close just by a reminder that in history, there was in fact a campaign, an illicit campaign, to deprive Abraham Lincoln of the presidency, and that was through the use of mail-in ballots. So I think in the spirit of the Carter-Baker Commission, it's wise for us, since of the warning that they had with respect to mail-in ballots, to pause and reflect on how we can, in fact, better assure that bedrock factor and feature of integrity in the election process. I thank the chairman and I thank the committee. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Judge Starr. Our next witness is Commissioner Donald Palmer. Commissioner Palmer was confirmed to the Election Assistance Commission in January 2019. Mr. Palmer is the former Secretary of the Virginia State Board of Elections and served as Virginia's chief election official from 2011 to 2014. He also served as an intelligence officer and a judge advocate general. Commissioner Palmer.
Good morning, Chairman Johnson and members of the committee and the ranking member. I'm thankful for the opportunity to testify before you this morning on the 2020 general election in the efforts of the Election Assistance Commission to secure the nation's voting systems. Election officials, the commissioners, and the staff of the EAC have a duty to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the voting systems used throughout the nation. Our mission is to support the chief election officials, the directors of elections and administrators,
Weasel
in all
you,
localities across the country.
weasel you.
As the only federal agency completely dedicated to election administration, the EAC is charged with facilitating secure, lawful, and accessible elections. Under the Help America Vote Act, the EAC is focused on assisting state and local election officials. We are a bipartisan agency that recognizes the authority of states to conduct federal elections, and that is the cornerstone of our representative democracy. The 2020 general election has underscored the vital importance of comprehensive oversight of voting technology and the companies who manufacture these systems. That oversight is an overlapping process of voluntary federal standards, state certification or approval, and local logic and accuracy testing prior to each election. We work to bolster confidence in democracy by adopting voluntary voting system guidelines periodically. We test voting systems, we accredit test laboratories, and serve as a national clearinghouse of information on election administration. Let me be clear. The EAC has confidence in the voting systems we certify and in the state and local election administrators who ran the election. First and foremost, that's due to the process the voting system manufacturers must undergo to receive federal certification. Before voting machines and election management systems are used in elections, the systems undergo rigorous hardware and software testing by laboratories accredited by the EAC and the National Institute of Standards.
We do not trust these people who are watching these fucking machines. These are fucking big tech fucking machines. We're not stupid. Well, some people are.
The monitoring program includes auditing voting system test laboratories and
all you believers, you stupid.
Field reviews of EAC certified voting systems.
All believers. I am not giving none of y'all no pass. All believers are
I
stupid.
strongly support additional auditing, additional field review, and resolutions of any anomalies discovered. To apply for EAC certification of a voting system, a company must first apply to register with the agency as a registered manufacturer. Registration requires manufacturers to provide details on their ownership structure, names of officers and members of the board of directors, and any individual or organization with a controlling interest in the company. Additionally, a list of all manufacturing or assembly facilities used by the manufacturer and the name and contact information of the person at each facility responsible for quality management must be provided. There are currently 8 active manufacturers registered with the EACs testing program. Please note it is not a requirement to be an EAC registered manufacturer to develop and sell voting systems to jurisdictions in the United States. It's a voluntary program. Joining the program requires the manufacturers voluntarily agree to the program's requirements as outlined in the program manual. Requirements include complying with all EAC inquiries and investigations into the uses and status of fielded EAC certified systems. Under our quality monitoring program, these investigations may arise due to technical failures experienced in the field by election administrators, misrepresentations made in regard to the certification status of a voting system, and any deviations in quality in regard to those systems submitted to testing versus what is actually fielded. The EAC staffed an Election Day war room to gather information on issues reported by the media and election officials. 5 of the 8 manufacturers participated in those calls. Additionally, the program is following up with election officials and voting system manufacturers to obtain any information on claims of irregularities reported in media during the general election. This effort is ongoing. Jurisdictions across the United States also perform a series of logic and accuracy tests prior to operating those voting machines in polling places. We support those efforts through technical assistance and best practices and our grant monies. Election officials conduct post-election audits to verify the completeness and accuracy of the tabulated votes. I'm going to conclude with stating that we recognize the need to do more than ever to strengthen the confidence in the integrity of our elections. All of us set forth an ambitious agenda for EAC, one rooted in protecting the foundation of our democracy. Despite the challenges in recent years, the EAC has faithfully fulfilled its obligation and even expanded support it provides to election administrators and to voters. We look forward to working with Congress in a bipartisan manner as we continue our efforts to help America vote. I'm happy to answer any questions following this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Palmer. Our next witness is here in person, Mr. James Trupus. Mr. Trupus serves as the lead attorney for the Trump campaign in Wisconsin. From 2015 to 2016, Mr. Trupus served as the circuit court judge in Dane County, Wisconsin. He is currently a partner at the Trupus Law Office. Mr. Trupus.
I'm honored to be here, Senator. Thank you for the invitation. I've submitted written testimony, which I'd ask to be in the record, and I'm going to provide additional remarks at this point.
By the way, without objection, everybody's submitted testimony is automatically entered in the record, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The absentee voting in Wisconsin is treated quite differently, I believe, than other parts of the country. Let me read for you what the legislature found. It's in our statutes. It says that the legislature finds that the privilege of voting by absentee ballot must be carefully regulated to prevent the potential for fraud or abuse, to prevent overzealous solicitation of absent electors who may prefer not to participate in an election, to prevent undue influence on an absent elector to vote for or against a candidate. As a consequence, our laws are strictly construed, and even more so, let me read again from the law, results which do not comply with those regulations, quote, may not be included in the certified results of any election. So it's very straightforward that the state of Wisconsin has taken a very different view of in-person voting with all the protections and absentee voting that has been repeatedly, including in the Carter Commission report, thought to be a source of significant potential for fraud. In Wisconsin, we just completed a recount. We had more than 2,500 volunteers, or probably more than 1,000 volunteers for the Biden campaign as well. Uniquely, we are able to examine actual envelopes that contain the ballots that are submitted by absentee voters. This allowed us to identify by person, by address, by ward, not conspiracy. The real names are in the record. And here's what we found. We found that there were incomplete and altered certificates. These are the certificates on the front of the envelope that have to be exactly done correctly under our law. If not, those results may not be counted. How many of those? More than 3,000.
These assholes wearing these masks.
Identified
They're a part of anybody wearing the mask is a part of the kiss ass. They are the fucking problem.
A second category.
Because I can put on this motherfucker 60 fucking doctors that's talking about wearing a mask is fucking hazard to your fucking health, stupid asses. But you want to believe the liars to become the liar yourself. That's fucking stupid.
What did we find? more than 2,000 of those ballots in Dane and Milwaukee County had no initials at all, but nonetheless, they got counted. We also have special laws in Wisconsin with regard to voting in advance. We do not allow advance voting. We allow in-person and other voting as absentee. So anything before Election Day is under our absentee rules. What did the city of Madison do? They created a system where people could arrive at a park, hand in their ballots in envelopes 5 weeks before the election. They also created boxes, no controls at all, just boxes on corners that you could throw the ballot in. No attempt at all. And our statutes explicitly say there are only 2 ways to submit an absentee ballot: in person or delivery to the clerk's office. That's it. Nothing else is allowed. And yet the city of Madison, we had 17,271 ballots in this category that we identified. There are tens of thousands more because they commingled the ballots afterwards, so we couldn't identify each one that may have been improperly cast. Then we have an interesting category called indefinitely confined. These are people which the statute, I read from the statute, by age, physical illness, or infirmity, or are disabled indefinitely. Among those claiming this status, so they don't have to provide any identification, among those claiming this status is one of the electors for Joe Biden. He's who said, I can't get to the polls. We have poll workers who claimed it. We have people who went to protests, people who had weddings, people who had vacations. All claimed this status, I can't get to the polls, so they were able to vote without identification. There were 28,395 people we explicitly identified. Finally, there are other categories in which as much as 170,000 other ballots were submitted without any application.
I know you got on that bike for one reason.
Certification envelope, the application, though a separate application is required by law. 3 million people properly voted in the state of Wisconsin. More than 200,000 identified during this recount did not. But those votes got counted. And our statute says they should not have been. That, in our view, is a taint on our election in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troupas. And I believe Joe Biden won our state by about 20,000 votes.
Correct.
And you're talking about over 200,000 that were outside of our law.
Well, I know that's the missile
probably
right there.
the law would have been followed, probably shouldn't have been counted.
Yeah.
Correct.
Shouldn't have been accepted, shouldn't have been put in the ballot pool. And of course, the remedy is not particularly pleasing, which is one of the reasons the decision went its way. I'll come back to you. Our next witness is via WebEx, Representative Francis Ryan. Representative Ryan has served in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives since 2016. Mr. Ryan is a certified public accountant, and prior to his election ran a practice that focused on corporate restructuring and management. Mr. Ryan is a retired Marine Reserve Colonel who served in the Central Command Special Operations Officer in Operation Enduring Freedom. Representative Ryan.
Thank you so much for the chance to be with you today. The mail-in ballot system for the general election in 2020 in Pennsylvania was so fraught with inconsistencies and irregularities that the reliability of the mail-in votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is almost impossible to rely upon. The evidence of these violations of the Pennsylvania election laws as enacted, the election security safeguards, and the process flaws include things such as actions by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which undermined the controls inherent in Act 77 of 2019. The controls which were undermined included on September 17, 2020, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for mail-in ballots to be received to 3 days after the election. They mandated that the ballots mailed without a postmark would be presumed to be received and allowed the use of drop boxes for collection votes. And then on October 23rd, 2020, upon a petition from the Secretary of the Commonwealth, ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signature for the mail-in ballot.
thereby treating in-person and mail-in voters similarly and eliminating a critical safeguard against potential election fraud. And this is one of my main reasons for believing that it's difficult to believe that the mail-in voting process can be relied upon. And there were also actions and candidly inactions by the Secretary of State which undermined the consistency and controls of the election process. On November 2nd, the night before the November 3rd election and prior to the prescribed time for pre-canvassing mail-in ballots, the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth encouraged certain counties to notify party and candidate representatives of mail-in voters whose ballots contained defects. In certain counties, watchers were not allowed to meaningfully observe the pre-canvassing and canvassing activities relating to the absentee and the mail-in ballot process. Those are at the, what I would call the strategic level. At the operational level, there were a significant number of issues that resulted from those issues. The Pennsylvania election system is the Shore system, and some of the issues that took place actually called into question the consistency. For example, in the case of an overvote in the case of Philadelphia County, on November 4th, 11:30, the Department of State posted updated mail-in vote counts for Philadelphia County, showing 508,112 ballots, despite the fact that only 432,873 ballots were, in fact, issued to voters. This data was later corrected, but the question becomes who had the authorization to change and correct that information, and who had access to the system. Any type of system control would ask for that. Additionally, on the data file on November 4th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Open Data Record site reported 3.1 million ballots sent out. In a prior discussion that was had the day before the election, it was indicated that there was 2.7 million that were sent out. And efforts to attempt to reconcile those numbers have not yet been successful and still need to be resolved upon. Recently, a newly available data voter set from data.pada.gov, which has been offline for weeks, indicated the last update had been done on November 16, 2020. The download of November 16, 2020 shows 75,505 more ballots returned on 11/16 than the comparable download on November 15th. So that basically means an additional 75,505 ballots were added to the data set, again, without any explanation and without the ability to have a hearing to determine that. It becomes almost impossible to track in the system of internal controls. Additionally, there were mail date irregularities that were identified in the 3.1 million ballots relative to the dates that the ballots were finalized. Ballots mailed late and ballots mailed inconsistent with enacted legislation. That was 154,584 votes for ballots. Vote date of birth irregularities, meaning voters over 100 years of age, 1,573 ballots. These apparent discrepancies can only be evaluated by reviewing the transaction log and to determine the access, the authority for the entry, the verification of the data entered, as well as the authentication. Anytime you have this type of system of internal controls, as a CPA, you would want to ensure that the system of internal controls is reasonably designed to deter wrongdoing. Before and after the election of November 3rd, 2020, the efforts by the State Government Committee and other members of the Pennsylvania legislature to obtain oversight information and relevant data to confirm or deny claims of improprieties were stymied throughout. Even an effort to have a hearing on November 20, 2020 with Dominion Systems was canceled after Dominion Systems indicated they were concerned about litigation concerns. Candidly, without knowing the answer to these questions, and due to the magnitude of the potential discrepancies and closeness to the elections, the results of the 2020 presidential election in Pennsylvania would just be completely difficult, if not impossible, to determine with conclusiveness. And Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Representative Ryan. Our next witness is Mr. Jesse Banal. Did I get that right? Yes. Wow. Mr. Banal is an attorney for the Trump campaign and is lead counsel for the campaign in Nevada. He is currently a partner at the law firm of Harvey and Banal.
You up too, if I want to. I'm a donkey. Now,
There we go.
Submarine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the committee. This year, thousands upon thousands of Nevada voters had their voices canceled out by election fraud and invalid ballots.
You get back in the submarine again, I'm going to blow you up again.
On August 3rd, 2020, after a rushed special session, Nevada legislators made drastic changes to the state's election law by adopting a bill known as AB 4. The vulnerabilities of this statute were obvious. It provided for universal mail voting without sufficient safeguards to authenticate voters or ensure the fundamental requirement that only one ballot was sent to each legally qualified voter. This was aggravated by election officials' failure to clean known deficiencies in their voter rolls. Because of AB 4, the number of mail ballots rocketed from about 70,000 in 2016 to over 690,000 this year. The election was inevitably riddled with fraud, and our hotline never stopped ringing. While the media and Democrats accused us of making it all up, our team began chasing down every lead. Our evidence came both from data scientists and from brave whistleblowers. Here's what we found. Over 42,000 people voted more than once. Our experts were able to make this determination by reviewing the list of actual voters and comparing it to other voters with the same name, address, and date of birth. This method was also able to catch people using different variations of their first name, such as William and Bill, and individuals who were registered both under a married name and a maiden name. At least 1,500 dead people are recorded as voting, as shown by comparing the list of male voters with the Social Security death record. More than 19,000 people voted even though they didn't live in Nevada. This does not include military voters or students. These voters were identified by comparing the list of voters with the U.S. Postal Service's National Change of Address database, among other sources. About 8,000 people voted from non-existent addresses. Here we cross-reference voters with the Coding Accuracy Support System, which allowed our experts to identify undeliverable addresses. Over 15,000 votes were cast from commercial or vacant addresses. Our experts found these voters by analyzing official U.S. Postal Service records that flag non-residential addresses and addresses vacant for more than 90 days. Incredibly, almost 4,000 non-citizens also voted, as determined by comparing official DMV records of non-citizens to the list of actual voters in the 2020 election. The list goes on. All in all, our experts identified 130,000 unique instances of voter fraud in Nevada. But the actual number is almost certainly higher. Our data scientists made these calculations not by estimations or statistical sampling, but by analyzing and comparing the list of actual voters with other lists, most of which are publicly available. To put it simply, they explain their methods so others could check their work. Our evidence has never been refuted, only ignored. 2 Clark County technical employees came forward completely independent of each other and explained that they discovered that the number of votes recorded by voting machines and stored on USB drives would change between the time the polls were closed at night and when they were reopened the next morning. In other words, votes were literally appearing and disappearing in the dead of night. When we attempted to verify the integrity of these voting machines, we were allowed only a useless visual inspection of the outside of a USB drive. We were denied a forensic examination. Finally, our investigation also uncovered campaigns that illegally incentivized votes from marginalized populations by requiring people to prove that they voted to receive raffle tickets for gift cards, televisions, and more. Our determined team verified these irregularities without any of the tools of law enforcement, such as grand juries, subpoenas, or FBI agents. Instead, we had less than a month to use critical thinking and elbow grease to compile our evidence. We tried to obtain testimony or documents from Clark County officials, but they obstructed and stonewalled. When we filed suit, state officials and even courts delayed proceedings for days, but then offered us merely hours
As long as you're in that submarine, you can do whatever you want.
to brief and argue our cases. In wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, these findings are disturbing, alarming, and unacceptable in a free society. Our free and fair election tradition is a precious treasure that we are charged with protecting. Government by the consent of the governed is hard to win and easy to lose. Every single time a fraudulent or illegal vote is cast, the vote of an honest citizen is canceled out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernal. Our final witness is also here in person, Mr. Christopher Krebs, who's testified before this committee a number of times. Mr. Krebs served as the first director of the Department of Homeland Security Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. Mr. Krebs also served in various roles of the department responsible for a range of cybersecurity, critical information, and national resilience issues. Prior to coming to DHS, he directed U.S. cybersecurity policy for Microsoft. Mr. Krebs also served in the Bush administration, advising DHS leadership on domestic and international risk management, as well as on public-private partnership initiatives. Mr. Krebs, welcome back.
Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the committee. As you know, I previously served as the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. This was a job of a lifetime for me and a tremendous opportunity to serve the nation. When I sat before this committee in 2018 for my confirmation hearing, I cannot have imagined how challenging and rewarding this job would be. That's why it's such an honor to appear before this committee today to testify about the extraordinary efforts of the election security community to protect the 2020 election, a difficult task complicated by the ongoing global pandemic. But before I get into the substance of my remarks, I'm grateful to this committee and your leadership and your guidance over the last several years. First, in shepherding what's probably the best of the 100 bills that came through the committee, your efforts for the CISA, the CISA authorizing statute, and your support of CISA's efforts securing our elections. The nation should also thank the many federal, state, and local government election partners for the crucial work that's been done that would give our citizens the confidence that their vote was counted as cast. We should also be taking a victory lap, celebrating a job well done. Consider where we started. When I rejoined the Department of Homeland Security in 2017, America had just endured a broad attack on democracy, owing to the now well-documented interference campaign by the Russian Federation. Whatever their other motivations, this campaign sought to undermine confidence in our democratic institutions. Building on the universal agreement across the national security community that we cannot allow that to happen again, the CISA team started with what needed to be improved based on the 2016 elections. First, we needed to improve our relationships with our state and local election officials, the individuals that actually run our elections. Second, we need to improve the security and resilience of election systems, particularly by phasing out voting machines without paper ballots. Third, federal agencies needed to move faster, work better together with each other and our state and local counterparts, and be more proactive in order to detect and prevent attacks on our democracy. Over the course of the last few years, we met these challenges. We improved CISA's relationships with key partners through constant engagement in building an election security community of practice. This improvement is perhaps best represented by an election-specific information sharing and analysis center made up of all 50 states and thousands of jurisdictions. We improved the security of systems, scanning for vulnerabilities in election systems, providing intelligence briefings and rapidly alerting to emerging threats, and deploying security sensors, among other measures. And while we were principally focused on stopping actual hacks, we also had to contend with perception hacks, a form of disinformation which we countered with our rumor control website. We contributed to the cross-agency effort to protect the 2020 election by surging coordination and collaboration with our partners across the national security space. In conclusion, because of these and other efforts, on November 12, 2020, government and industry representatives from the election security community issued a joint statement reflecting a consensus perspective that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history. That statement reflects the confidence these officials gained based on years of work poured into improving the security and resilience of our elections. It was based on the strong operational relationships developed across the election security community. It was based on the tremendous partnership between CISA, under the thoughtful guidance of this committee, the FBI, the Election Assistance Commission, the Department of Defense, and the intelligence community.
All
It was
criminal
based on an
organizations.
intimate understanding of how our elections
All
work here.
criminal organizations.
It was based on the increase in paper ballots and
All
audits across
criminal
the nation.
organizations.
And probably most importantly, it was based on the professionals, the heroes that conduct elections in this country. While elections are sometimes messy, this was a secure election. Of that, I have no doubt. Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and members of this committee, thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, for your leadership, and for your support of CISA. I look forward to answering your questions and sharing more about our efforts to protect 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Krebs, for your past service. And by the way, I think under both the Obama administration and the Trump administration, while I've been chairman, I think DHS, now in the form of CISA, has done a very good job, as you talked about, from 82 to 95% paper ballots, and that's improving our election integrity. So I appreciate all your efforts, and really all the men and women who work within DHS and CISA to do that. Mr. Troupas, the decision by the Wisconsin Supreme Court obviously went against you, maybe not totally against you. I did read the rather scathing dissent from the chief judge. Can you describe exactly what, in summary fashion, what the Wisconsin Supreme Court's decision was based on your lawsuit, talking about all the areas that you have concern with?
Certainly. So the Wisconsin Supreme Court was urged by the Biden campaign not to address any substantive issues. And that's exactly what happened. The Biden campaign argued to the court that we're not going to talk about any of the substantive things. We're not even going to dispute the things I just brought up to you. But instead, you just shouldn't hear them, because a state agency, the Wisconsin Election Commission, had authorized some of these activities. And candidly, as Chief Justice Rogensack and other dissenters held, one, the claims are substantive, they are substantial, and they needed to be addressed. Second, the Wisconsin Election Commission is a bureaucratic organization, explicitly that the same court just 4 months ago said has no meaning. It is not law. It is some advice given, and that the statute should control. We were disappointed, not so much in the decision, but in the fact that the decision itself is premised not on an analysis of the law, nor the analysis of the claims. It's an idea that we should not have a transparent system, that you're not going to address these things. And that's what they argued. So it's disappointing, especially in Wisconsin. And Senator Johnson, as you know, we have a long history in Wisconsin, unlike other states, I know unlike other states, of high transparency. Our recounts were conducted with utmost integrity by both Milwaukee and Dane County, with thousands of volunteers, able to look at those items. And it's really a sad day, frankly, when the opposition doesn't argue we're wrong. It argues we shouldn't be heard. That's a strange thing in a state that is so transparent.
Just real quick, I know former Director Krebs talked about the men and women who run these elections. I had about at least a half-hour phone conversation with the county clerk of my town of Oshkosh voting precinct. He gave me all kinds of good information. I will tell you, if every county clerk ran their elections like Jeanette Mertens does, we'd have a completely secure election. So I think that's true of the vast majority of elections in different precincts. Mr. Bernal, Mr. Troup is talking about the law that he was arguing before the Wisconsin Supreme Court was basically ignored. You had a similar statement that it wasn't that the information that you just presented to the committee, it was never rebutted, it was simply ignored. Can you talk about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It was extremely disappointing that rather than address our issues and the data that we've presented head on, they simply tried to use technicalities and limiting our evidence, limiting the amount of witnesses we could bring forward, saying that we couldn't introduce any live testimony, but only 15 depositions, to show 130,000 instances of voter fraud. And then when it went to the Supreme Court of Nevada, they gave us 2 hours to brief the issues before immediately coming down with a decision. A record was over 8,000 pages long. We were never fully considered by those courts. They never took a good hard list at hard evidence.
So, Mr. Krebs, I've obviously you've testified here.
Oh, got
on this
another
specific
submarine I'm gonna
issue,
sink.
the potential for foreign interference to have an impact on our elections.
Got another
We've had
submarine I
private
get to sink.
conversations. I've always categorized
Got
the
another
ability
submarine I get
for
to sink.
foreigners to interfere with the election kind of three buckets. One is changing the vote tallies on the machine. Secondly is hacking into voter registration files, which cause all kinds of problems, but quite honestly, it would probably be detected on election day when there's chaos. And then third, what I think is a more serious problem, the one more difficult to detect, is basically the use of social media. You quoted which I can't remember, was that CISA group that declared this the most secure election in our history?
Yes, sir. That was the Joint Government Coordinating Council and Sector Coordinating Council.
Another submarine I get to sink.
Okay, one of the reasons I've always stated, based on our discussions, your testimony, that, to my knowledge, it's almost impossible to change the vote tally by hacking these computers, is based on the fact that, these things are not connected, and most of them don't even have the capability of being connected to the internet. Based on all these allegations people are talking to, it sounds like some of these machines are showing the tabulators can and are connected to the internet. So can you just kind of explain to me what, again, the whole voting machine, tabulation, internet connections is just a huge, confusing mess. Can you speak to that?
So I think it's important to step back and actually look at how votes are cast in the country, particularly with paper ballots, and that regardless of any internet connections, regardless of any foreign hacking, as long as you've got the paper receipt.
But let me stop you there. I acknowledge that, yes, the paper backup is the control if it's used. That was going to be my next question. So set aside the control of the machine process. What is capable? Again, I kind of want to know on what basis, what aspects of this is the most secure, because when you listen to Mr. Troupis and Mr. Banal, there was fraud in this election. I don't have any doubt about that. There was fraud. We just don't know the extent, and we don't know what the remedy would be when identified. Okay? So, again, just speak to the computer aspect of this, the connection to the internet, the possibility if these machines are connected to the internet, or if in the certification process, because I think, Mr. Palmer, in our discussions, you were talking a little bit about the fact that people attempted to change the controls or the program in these computers inside that certification process. But, Mr. Krebs, just talk to the computer aspect of this, because, again, it's the most difficult, confusing aspect of these allegations.
There are a number of different systems and machines and computers involved in the entirety of the election process, from registration through ballot design, through ballot printing, through actual voting, into the tabulation and post-election process. Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts. But again, when you have paper and you can conduct a post-election audit,
if they're
it's
conducted,
an important security control that
absolutely
that technology in elections are used to facilitate access and increase accuracy of the process. But election officials are very careful that technology is not a single point of failure, and that there are security controls before, during, and after the vote process.
Finish just asking the computer thing. We'll come back. My time's already expired, but we'll come back to the, how many audits, just sampling, that type of thing, to use those paper backups to the electronic voting. But finish this.
Right. And there, as you move out from election day, there will be tabulators that may have internet connections to transmit the vote from the precinct to the county level to the state. Again, security controls in place, and as long as you have the paper, can't hack paper,
right.
you can run that process.
But those tabulators are connected on election day, because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I'll follow up. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions for Mr. Krebs. But before I get to that, I just want to be clear. We've heard a number of statements made by other witnesses We've heard those statements before. We're continuing to hear those statements. And I would just say, anybody who's watching this hearing, look at the 60 court cases that have been brought before the judiciary in this country and how the arguments, or I should say the statements, they're not really arguments, they're statements that have been made, have all been rejected by courts of law, including in Wisconsin, which was a Republican judge that rejected the arguments made by this administration. So just take a look at all that we're putting into the record. Mr. Krebs, CISA has the primary responsibility for working with state and local election officials and the private sector to secure our election infrastructure. It's important for folks to realize where you sat and what your responsibilities. And in essence, you were tasked with coordinating with thousands of your partners across the country to ensure the integrity of the 2020 election. That was your job. And by all accounts, you were very successful at that. President Trump's own Department of Justice concluded, and I'm going to quote the Department of Justice in the Trump administration, "We have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election," end of quote. The Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council, Executive Committee, and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Council, comprising of federal, state, and local government officials and numerous private sector organizations from all around the country, jointly called this, quote, "the most secure in American history," end of quote. You also echoed this statement, and when you echoed that statement, you were fired by President Trump. He didn't want to hear that, clearly. So my question to you, do you stand by that statement? Have you seen anything in the week since November 4th that would lead you to change your mind? And have you identified any credible claim of widespread election irregularities?
I stand by the claim. I said it in my opening statement. It's in my written testimony. I've yet to see anything from a security perspective, that would change my opinion on that. Fraud is a different matter. It's a criminal matter. But again, bolstered by the Attorney General's statement from last week or recently, again, nothing to change my opinion of that matter.
So yet despite this, after more than 5 weeks now that the president has lost, and numerous public officials have continued to pressure state and local elected officials to push what are demonstrably false narrative that election irregularities should somehow make him a winner in this race. You have willingly, in fact, these folks are willingly fanning the flames of discontent, and they're in the process of weakening institutions that are essential for our representative democracy.
Take that mask off.
My question to you is, what is the danger,
in
your estimation, to the democratic process to challenge the legitimacy of an election and deny its results in the absence of any credible evidence?
I think generally from a timing perspective, particularly with the seating of the Electoral College and 306 electoral votes for President-elect Biden, I think we're past the point where we need to be having conversations about the outcome of this election. I think that continued assaults on democracy.
It's the assault on democracy. There is no democracy, you lying sons of bitches.
In the process,
it's some programming bullshit that you got all the fucking people stuck on stupid.
To the institutions that support elections, and going forward, it will be that much harder. The trick about elections is that
it shouldn't be no trick about elections.
Someone's trying to convince the winner they won.
It shouldn't be about no tricks.
Lost, and you need willing participants on both sides. And I think we've got to get back to that point. Otherwise, we're going to have a very difficult time going forward, maintaining confidence in this American experiment.
You heard my American experiment.
During the 2016
experiment, I mean, you made it clear that's an experiment, so therefore you don't have to tell the truth.
Trying to sow doubt about the integrity of our election. We've seen that before, very clearly in 2016. And certainly all the intelligence community in this country backed that up. And so, in fact, CISA's rumor control page was actually created within your agency. You mentioned it in your testimony, to address foreign disinformation having an impact on the election. Yet rather than creating fake news, it seems as if Russia has simply used state-controlled news outlets to basically push President Trump's own statements and lies about a rigged election.
Wow.
Our adversaries don't have to be technologically advanced. Our adversaries don't have to be creative to sow that doubt. All they have to do is air the words of American elected officials on their state-owned news network. As Clint Watts said, he's a former FBI agent and a disinformation
Bitch, we do not trust your
expert.
FBI agents. Your FBI
Said,
agents
quote,
is killing people. The
"Nothing that
CIA
Russia
agents is bringing in
or
drugs for the
Iran
people to sell
or
and shit.
China could
Y'all
say
motherfuckers
is
need to be
anywhere near as
investigated. And we the
wild
people
as
need to
what
start
the
our own legal
president
law
is
firm and start
saying."
investigating you
End of
sons of
quote.
bitches and putting some
So
of you sons of bitches
my
in
question is,
jail
how are our
where y'all
foreign
belong
adversaries
at.
taking advantage of false claims of broad election fraud by the president and his supporters, or hearings like we're hearing here? We're hearing these statements again that are broadly claiming systemic irregularities where none exist. How damaging is that?
So talking about rumor control very briefly, I think that was an innovation in government that we created on the fly to address some emerging threats. The point, though, that I'd like to highlight with rumor control is that it was intended to identify and debunk issues as they were emerging. And we saw domestic disinformation campaigns of a cybersecurity nature that were emerging in the days and weeks following the election. I'll specifically talk about the hammer and scorecard claims that there was a CIA supercomputer and program that were flipping votes throughout.
You do have a computer that's doing that, but you ain't let nobody investigate the computer because y'all done took that bitch and destroyed that motherfucker.
I'm going to keep coming back to it. That's why it's so important to have a paper trail. That's why it's so important to have paper ballots. So even if there was foreign interference of a malicious algorithm nature, you can always go back to the receipts. You can check your math. And Georgia did that 3 times, and the outcomes were consistent over and over and over again.
Which, by the way, is precisely why I brought that up in my opening statement. That should provide comfort that we have that paper backup. But I just have to talk about Russian disinformation, because people peddling it are not on my side of the aisle. Senior Democrat leaders, including Ranking Member Peters, were involved in a process of creating a false intelligence product that was falsely classified. They leaked to the media that accused Senator Grassley, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, and myself of accepting and disseminating Russian disinformation from Andrei Derkach. I'd never heard of the person until they brought it up. Senator Peters introduced that false information, Russian disinformation, into our investigation record. 50 people associated with the intelligence community after our Hunter Biden investigation and the revelations of the Hunter Biden computer said, "Oh, this is Russian disinformation." Now we find out, no, it's a real investigation by the Justice Department. So it's just galling, and I just have to point out
you making news, and that helicopter's on you.
Clinton's campaign, the
Them bitches trying to make sure you dead.
The Ranking Member Peters
they
accusing Senator Grassley and I of disseminating Russian disinformation.
Where your friend at?
That's where the disinformation is coming. That's where the false information.
Call for Mayweather.
False allegations.
Call for Mayweather. Call for Mayweather, son.
And say that this is not disinformation. This hearing today. This is getting information we have to take a look at to restore confidence in our election.
That boat must got armor on it.
We're not going to be able to just move on without bringing up these irregularities, examining them, and providing an explanation, and see where there really are problems so we can correct it moving forward. Senator Paul.
Mr. Chairman, I got to respond to that. I mean, you're saying I'm putting out information. It had nothing to do with this report.
You lied repeatedly. You lied repeatedly in the press when I was spreading Russian disinformation, and that was an outright lie, and I told you to stop lying, and you continue to do it.
Mr. Chairman, this is not about airing your grievances. I don't know what rabbit hole you're running down.
You talked about Russian disinformation.
Down rabbit holes.
Senator Paul.
This is simply not what we're dealing with. But Mr. Chairman, you can't make these false allegations.
Whoever that is with that missile
Senator Paul
on that damn submarine,
Senator Paul.
The dude trying to do his mission.
This is terrible. What
I like sinking submarines. I do.
It is what you have done to this committee. Falsely accusing the chairman of spreading disinformation. Nothing could have been further from the truth, and you're spouting it again, which is why I had to respond. Senator Paul.
Mr. Chairman.
Judge Storm. Judge Storm.
It's
been alleged that 60 courts have refused to hear these cases. Therefore, there was no fraud in the election. I guess another way of looking at this is that the court cases have been refused for procedural and technical reasons. When you see the 60 court cases rejected, do you think that's a conclusion by our court system that there is no fraud, or do you think that the court cases were primarily rejected for procedural reasons?
Right, Senator Paul, it is my understanding that the vast majority of these cases were rejected for rightly stated procedural reasons, as opposed to merits-based or substantive-based evaluations. And of course, we saw that very recently, and I think most dramatically, by the Supreme Court's unanimous rejection of the bill of complaint filed by the Texas Attorney General, my home state here. And the entirety of the decision was based upon the legal concept of standing. You just don't, Texas, have standing to object to what happened in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or whatever. And that is a reasonable ruling. There are those who would quarrel with it, in that we are a United States of America, and if something bad happens in one state that ends up having an effect on another state, we have such respect for our states as sovereign entities within our union that the argument is, I think, quite reasonable. And I think others think it's quite reasonable that at least the matter should have been heard under the original jurisdiction. I think that's a key example.
Yeah, and I think it's important, though, that we look at this and understand what courts are saying and not saying. The courts have not said there wasn't fraud. The courts just simply didn't rule on or hear from the fraud. I do think there's an important issue here, though. The fraud is one aspect of this, and I think courts have historically been reticent to get involved in elections and to look at fraud. But moving forward, we've got to change the rules or reevaluate our state rules in order that this doesn't happen again. We can't just sit by and say, oh, we're going to let it happen again. There is another important aspect to this, though, that is a legal aspect that I think does need to be heard by the courts, and I don't know if it can be heard beyond the election, but I think should. And this is the question of whether or not people who are non-legislators can change the election law. And this happened in many, many states. Probably 24 states decided to accept ballots after the election. 24 states decided they could mail out applications or mail out ballots, all without the will of the legislature. Do you think there's any hope for any of this being heard, Judge Starr, outside of the concept of changing the election? Is there any possibility any court's going to ever hear this and say that it was wrong that secretaries of state changed the law in the middle of this pandemic without the approval of the legislature? Or do you think there's no hope because it's mixed up in electoral politics? Judge Starr.
I think there is a possibility because this issue may return in light of this unprecedented use of mail-in ballots, and the concern that is a bipartisan concern, again, the Carter-Baker Commission, that we need to look at these issues. And so I think there is a doctrine, Senator Paul, to essentially say this issue may recur again, so it should not be washed out as being moot, because there's a very important principle here, as I made in my opening statement and in my written statement. The Constitution is very clear that it is the prerogative of state legislatures to determine what these rules and laws are. And that was, I must say, flagrantly violated in Pennsylvania and perhaps elsewhere as well.
Yeah, see, I think the legal question there is a very easy one to decide. I think even as a physician, I can figure out that the Secretary of State cannot create law. I do think, though, that many of us who wanted this to be heard by the Supreme Court and are disappointed actually also might be disappointed by the precedent of Bush versus Gore, in the sense that I think Bush versus Gore's precedent is shutting down elections that have been certified. They weren't going to continue to count the hanging chads. The Secretary of State had certified it. So I actually think that the Bush versus Gore precedent actually argues against the Supreme Court overturning certified elections. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't have an opinion on that specifically. I think that Bush v. Gore stands for this basic proposition. You cannot have changes in election laws after the fact. You must, in fact, be faithful to what the state legislature has done. That's also what Justice Alito said in his opinion I think, essentially condemning, but certainly identifying as a huge issue what had happened in Pennsylvania. So I think all in all, Bush v. Gore is just a reiteration of our constitutional structure.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as we go on with this, I think it's important that we not stop here. A lot of the laws that have to be confirmed and I think reaffirmed are state laws, so it's not in our purview. But the state laws are set, and then we have federal elections. So what we've heard about what happened in Wisconsin, what happened in Nevada, I think is absolutely true, and we have to prevent it from happening again. I think state legislatures will need to reaffirm that election law can only be changed by a state legislature. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. While we will not dictate it to the states, I think we should have hearings going into the next year, hearing from state legislatures and what they're going to do to make sure election law is upheld, not changed by people who are not legislators. And we do have an interest in that. I don't want it to be federalized. Many on the other side of the aisle would just soon federalize it and mail everybody a ballot, and we'll have this universal corruption throughout the land. But what I think we need to do is keep it at the state level. But we can't just say it didn't happen. We can't just say, 4,000 people voted in Nevada that were non-citizens, and we're just going to ignore it. We're going to sweep it under the rug. The courts have decided the facts. The courts have not decided the facts.
Fuck no.
The courts
Like I said
never
again,
looked at the facts.
we need to hold the legal system accountable for holding the motherfuckers that's in the system accountable. But if we, the people, don't hold these sons of bitches accountable, they gonna get out of fucking order like they out of order now.
Future reinforcing the laws. And the only last comment I would say on what Mr. Krebs, he can speak for himself, but I think his job was keeping the foreigners out of the election. It was the most secure election based on security of the internet and technology. But he never has voiced an opinion, he's welcome to today, on whether or not dead people voted. I don't think he examined that. Did he examine non-citizens voting? So to say it was the safest election, sure, I agree with your statement if you're referring to foreign intervention. But if you're saying it's the safest election based on no dead people voted, no non-citizens voted, no people broke the absentee rules, I think that's false. And I think that's what's upset a lot of people on our side, is that they're taking your statement to mean, oh, well, there was no problem in the election. I don't think you examined any of the problems that we've heard here. So really, you're just referring to something differently is the way I look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Carper.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses, those that are here, those that are afar, we welcome you. I say to Chris Krebs on behalf of many of us on both sides of the world, thank you for your
Bitch, I can't hear you with that mask on.
Thank you for your
take that mask off.
Truth to power. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, President Lincoln once said these words. He said, if given the truth, people can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts. Those are his words. That's what we in the Navy call the straight skinny. The straight skinny. And with all due respect, the American people have had the facts with respect to the outcome of this election for some time now. The truth, the straight skinny, if you will, is staring us in the face. It may not be what President Trump and his supporters wanted, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris received more votes than any ticket.
Man, shut the fuck up, you lying some bitch,
in
you.
American history. That's a success for our democracy. It's something we ought to be celebrating.
What?
Success made possible.
Dead people voting, bitch.
Pandemic.
People that wasn't supposed to vote, voting, bitch.
Volunteered at the poll.
This shit is not truthful. That's why that fucking mask don't want to stay on your fucking face, you lying fucker, you.
Well, hundreds of thousands of postal workers worked tirelessly with the
I don't give a fuck about those lying ass postal workers. Them bitches were lying any fucking way, because that's why they were there during the coronavirus. They wasn't scared. They wasn't scared of the coronavirus because they were getting paid to do something that they were doing that was fucked up.
Flat out rejected claims of elected irregularities. Conservative Trump-appointed judges in state after state have dismissed the Trump campaign's claims, calling them baseless and alert. Let me just cite a couple of examples. In response to the legal challenge from the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania, a federal judge appointed by President Trump and a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society wrote that, quote, charges of unfairness are serious The calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. He went on to say, we have neither here, neither.
What?
One of the most strongly worded opinions came from a Wisconsin state justice who serves as president for chapter of the Federal Society and his chief legal counsel.
Bitch, we don't give a fuck about all these different big names of these motherfuckers that y'all gave titles to. Don't trust none of y'all fuckers. Cause we both, I know that y'all all against the fucking people. It's just that the people so fucking stuck on stupid and make-believe la-la land that they don't see the fucking lies that y'all done taught them to be.
And he went on to say this, at stake is faith in our system of free and fair elections, a feature central to the enduring strength of our constitutional republic. Close quote. Now, to that, I think we should all just say amen.
Shut the fuck up.
We learned this week that the arguments from the Trump legal team thus far have been defeated 59 times out of 61.
Dealing with your crooked ass fucking lawyers that become judges.
Times, including 9-0 by the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court just last week. I'm wearing my mask here from my alma mater, an undergraduate.
Oh, bitch, shut the fuck up, because that means that you're a legal lying fucking lawyer that became a motherfucking judge and then became a fucking senator politicianer, you bitch, you.
Over a period of 4 years. He would be fired. He would be fired. And in fact, that's what the voters of this country have done with our president. Like it or not.
And this president did better than any motherfucking president ever.
Cases,
you lying fucker, you.
Were not close calls. In suit after suit across red and blue states, in opinions written by liberal and ultra-conservative judges, the Trump campaign's largely contrived allegations have been rejected. 4 years after Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 3 million votes, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won it by a whopping 7 million votes. And they received 306 votes in the Electoral College just earlier this week, a margin described 4 years ago by candidate Trump as a landslide. But what if the outcome is not as definitive 4 years from now, or 8 years from now? What if? And with different judges on the bench, different candidates, and a lot less integrity and courage from state and local officials, a defeated party might somehow be able to steal an election. It's alleged here falsely. Think about that.
They just did.
It somehow might be able to steal an election. Friends, that ought to scare the hell out of all of us.
Y'all just stole the bitch.
Meanwhile, many of the president's supporters across the country continue to spread misinformation and false allegations about the presidential election. The truth of the matter is, in a lot of states, many of the voters who voted for Joe Biden for president turned around on their ballots and they voted on down-ballot races. To our chagrin as Delaware, as a Democrat, they voted Republican. They voted for Republican congressional races and state legislative races and more. You know what we call that in Delaware? We call it ticket splitting. It's as old as our democracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's plain and simple ticket splitting. We've done it before, and we're going to do it again. Let me go on to say that what we say in this committee and in this body matters. If we continue to push what the courts have over time overwhelmingly called baseless claims of fraud, we not only risk permanent damage to our democracy, we also become complicit in threats and attacks against
they're trying to program us to be stupid with all they rhetoric, just talking bullshit. One thing about the truth gets straight to the fucking point. There is no point of all this fucking talking when you can do some shit. This is straight fucking bullshit. And until we the people realize who the ones that's bullshitting us is, we're going to stay stuck on stupid like little fucking kids. Listening and believing to being the liar that they taught us to be. When you're not supposed to be believing shit in the motherfucking world of you need to know what you're doing, stupid ass.
Closed the Michigan State Capitol. Electors in Pennsylvania needed law enforcement escorts when they went to cast their vote. This is not the America that
so much is not an adult. This must be one of the kids.
Enough already. We have work to do. to get America back on track, starting right here in this Congress, in this House. All of us, Democrats and Republicans here in this body, need to do our jobs. And that's just the beginning. There are over 250 million Americans who need to be vaccinated. There are millions of businesses that need a helping hand. Tens of millions of students who need to be back in
fucking business shouldn't need no fucking helping hand if y'all wouldn't have shut everything fucking down behind the motherfucking virus that wasn't no motherfucking stronger than a motherfucking cold. Some fucking bullshit. Y'all needed to break the fucking economy so y'all can fuck up Donald Trump's presidency. But most people don't fucking realize that we had y'all fucking rats, the Democratic fucking party and the Republican fucking party having a fucking party on the fucking people. Because the people wasn't realizing that this ain't no United States of America, it's fucking United States. Because the states aren't united when you look at the fucking rules and regulations. The rules and regulations are different in all the different states. So how can it be the United States? Stupid ass. This is the United States of America's motherfucking corporation. And Donald Trump is a fucking businessman. And the motherfucking Democrat rats and the Republicans been running this motherfucking corporation like their own fucking piggy bank.
Mr. Chairman's not sitting here without voting, but when Chairman Johnson, when he became the leader of this committee in 2015, he pledged to run this committee, and I quote, with a spirit of bipartisan teamwork, respect, integrity, and professionalism. You know, that's been the hallmark of this committee for years, for decades. Those words were reassuring to me. I know they were to our colleagues on this committee, to the staff that we lead. A few years later, when the chairman and I worked together to introduce and enact the bipartisan Presidential Transition Improvement Act, he said, and I quote, the peaceful transition of power from one administration to the next is the hallmark of our democracy.
Bitch, y'all didn't do it for Donald Trump the first fucking 4 years that he was in there. Y'all investigated for 4 fucking years. Y'all do nothing for the fucking people. You bitches, y'all spent $38 fucking million on an investigation. The people's fucking taxpayers fucking money. You dirty fuckers, you.
Today's hearing could prove deeply disappointing to me and to the 330 million people that we serve across this nation. Let's not disappoint them. And as we continue with this hearing today, I would just say to our chairman, you ask our witness to stand and take an oath to tell the truth. It's only fair for all of us to hold ourselves to the same standards. If our nation's leaders don't embrace the truth in our daily discourse, then we no longer have a democracy that will endure. Calling an election on fire does not make it so. And spreading misinformation in this committee or any committee doesn't just stay inside these 4 walls. I'll conclude with this. I began my statement today with the words of Abraham Lincoln. I want to conclude it with the words attributed to Thomas Jefferson. Here's what he said. If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake. If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake. So let's tell them the truth. Let's tell them the truth today, tomorrow, and for generations to come.
This is a fucked up ass election. That is the truth, motherfucker.
Will keep us free. It always has. It always will. Thank you.
Thank you. The chairman ran down to vote quickly, and we are in the middle of a vote series, and so we're going to maintain the hearing and continue to be able to move through this hearing process. Though there's 2 votes, and so you'll see us switching back and forth while he is running to vote. I'm going to sit in for a moment for the chairman, and I'm going to recognize myself for the next batch of questions. I happen to be next in line, so I'm not actually pulling time here, but I want to be able to recognize myself and be able to do that. When he returns, we'll switch out, and I'll run to vote, and then we'll run back and forth. In December 2016, there was a poll that was done on if the American people believed that the Russians interfered and changed our election. At that time, 32% of the people believed that the Russians had influenced the outcome of the election in December of 2016. Based on that belief and what was going on, there was launched a whole series of hearings. Certainly the Russians were trying to interfere in our elections, but we spent millions and millions of dollars investigating it, going through it, ramping up entities like CISA and others to be able to go engage, to be able to make sure we protect our next election. Senator Klobuchar and I worked
Thank you for talking about this shit.
Security legislation.
I thought I was the only one that was talking
implemented.
about it.
We did 6 different public hearings on Russian interference just on that one topic. to make sure that we were paying attention to it when it all started with 32% of Americans in December of 2016 believing the Russians had interfered in our election. A few days ago, another poll asked the question, do you believe there was election and voter fraud in the presidential election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump? This December, 46% of the voters in America have said yes. 45% saying no. Interestingly enough, Trump voters say there was fraud, 80%. Biden voters also said 16% that they believe that there was voter fraud. The reason I bring that up is we watched what happened in 2016 and what the American people thought and saw, and so we engaged with hearings, we looked at the issues, and determined do things need to change. Much of the work that's gone on the last several years to be able to get paper ballots into states happened because this Congress engaged on an issue where we saw an obvious problem. And so we distributed federal dollars, assistance, and a constant drumbeat to say these states have got to fix the areas where they don't have paper ballots and we have the potential for problems. That was the question. Is there a potential for a problem? The answer was yes, there's a potential, and we ought to fix that. Now, amazingly, after this election, all kinds of issues have come up and said there are potentials for problem, and everyone seems to be saying, move on. The only reason I can think that that would be different was because the election outcome seemed to be different. And one side is now saying, let's just move on and ignore them. In my state on election night, like 27 other states in the country, by that evening, we were counting votes and all absentee ballots had been received. There was much less opportunity for accusations of fraud because all of our ballots were in. Amazingly enough, a week after the election was completed, this November, Oklahomans were listening to other states that were saying things like, we don't know how many more ballots there are left to count. We had been done for a week. We and 27 other states had been completed for a week. That gives opportunities for fraud and questions and problems. That's a reasonable question to ask. It's reasonable to be able to ask if people can drift around and gather ballots from other people and do ballot harvesting, and in some states that's legal, does that provide an opportunity for fraud? I think the obvious answer is yes. The obvious answer is if you mail a ballot to everyone in the state, even if they didn't ask for it, does it provide an opportunity for fraud, especially when the state did not first purge or verify those addresses, and they sent thousands of ballots to people that no longer live there. I've talked to Nevada residents that received multiple ballots at their home for people that no longer live there. That's a problem, and we should at least admit that's a problem. And for some reason, the other side was very focused on, we've got to fix the potential for problem from 2016, but in 2020, when there's potential for problem and things that have been shown, everyone seems to say, move along. Let's not discuss this. There's a system called the ERIC system that's in place that 30 states cooperate with. It helps them verify if people have moved and they're registered in 2 different states, or if they've moved into your state and they're registered somewhere else. It helps them determine if they're voting in 2 different states. Only 30 states use that. Other states are not. And even of the 30 states that use it, not all of them are actually using it. They literally are on the system, but they're not actually purging their rolls when they know there are people that have moved out of their states and have been informed of that. Just this last year in the ERIC system, they identified 91,000 people that are registered voters that are dead. 91,000 that one system had recognized. There are problems in the system. And in this conversation that I've had with so many people, and I've said, is it a problem that people are voting in 2 states? Is it a problem that people are voting after they're dead? And this is what I hear over and over again. This has been going on for years. So why don't we fix it? Should be the next statement. Instead, the statement seems to be, well, let's just move along. Mr. Banal, 42,000 people in Nevada voted more than once, according to your work in this. 42,000 people. 1,500 people voted in Nevada that were dead. 19,000 people voted though they did not live in Nevada, and they weren't a college student. 8,000 people voted from a non-existent address. 15,000 people voted, though they were registered to a commercial address or a vacant address, and 4,000 people voted in Nevada that are non-citizens. My question to you is, in my state, when someone votes twice, and we do have that occasionally, about 50 times a year that actually occurs in our state, we prosecute individuals that vote twice. Of this 130,000 instances that you have identified from the 2020 election in Nevada, do you know of any prosecutions currently going on in Nevada for any voter fraud?
Not yet, Senator, and that's extremely important. These laws have to be enforced. We, of course, I represent the Trump campaign and the campaign's electors. I don't represent the government. We can't bring prosecutions. But we are going to enforce voter integrity laws.
Gotta hold somebody accountable, yes.
Be enforced, and we are confident that although it often takes a long time to put together a fraud case, although it takes prosecutors months, sometimes even years.
Man, that's bullshit. That's why it takes months and sometimes years. Because you're looking at these motherfucking criminals hiding behind these legal line lawyers.
Once a good hard look at these cases is examined, an honest look, if we do that, there should be charges brought. Because the ranking member brought up in his remarks that when you lose the principle of one person, one vote, the end result is authoritarianism. That's exactly what we're saying here today.
And that's a major issue. Mr. Chairman, could I ask for one additional moment? Judge Starr, you've raised twice this issue about Pennsylvania and that the laws of Pennsylvania were changed. In Oklahoma, we did State Bill 210 and State Bill 1779 because we saw with the pandemic there were going to be problems. So our legislature came into session, made a change to be able to adjust for how we were going to do early ballots and early voting. So because we knew that was the law that needed to be followed. Was that done in Pennsylvania, and does it matter who sets the law and the rules for elections?
No, it was not done, unfortunately, in Pennsylvania. The governor sought to change the law. The General Assembly of Pennsylvania had met, reviewed, and made various and sundry changes and reforms. And then the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, building what the governor had done, made additional changes. And those, in my judgment, were complete violations of the United States Constitution and flagged as such preliminarily by Justice Samuel Alito. So the Oklahoma legislature did it the right way.
Judge Starr, thank you very much. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you very much. Just want to test that folks can hear me.
They can.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for our ranking member. I want to also thank all our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to specifically acknowledge former CISA Director Chris Krebs. Director Krebs, I want to thank you for your work in standing up the agency as CISA's first director and in securing our elections. I remain deeply troubled by your abrupt and unjustified dismissal, which has made our country less safe.
Yep.
Now, more than ever, the challenges of this pandemic and our nation's increased reliance on online services requires the experience and steady leadership that you have displayed. Even so, I want to express my deep thanks to you and to the men and women at CISA for the work that you have done and will continue to do to help make our country and our communities safer.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Now, I have
all
three
y'all
questions for you, Director
Krebs. In jail.
Let's start with this one. As the CISA director, you attempted to tackle disinformation campaigns via the rumor control effort by CISA. That's the name Hugo Og David. Rumor control is a resource featured on CISA's website to debunk common misinformation and disinformation narratives. So first, in your time as CISA director, were you ever asked by any administration official to refrain from debunking disinformation or misinformation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. I was never directly approached on any rumor control changes or alterations. I understand my staff was. I told them that if anyone had any problems with what was on rumor control, I was the Senate-confirmed leader of the agency. Ultimately, I approved content, and they would need to come talk to me about that. And I never got that phone call or visit.
But you are saying that staff did report to you that there was outreach from officials asking them to make changes?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked to take down an entry that debunked a conspiracy theory?
Not directly, no, ma'am.
Was your staff?
They were asked about some of the content, and again, I reiterated and reinforced that I owned that content, and if anybody had an issue with it, they needed to come talk to me.
Was it ever implied that your job was at stake if you didn't ease up on debunking disinformation?
I certainly never interpreted any statements or anything along those lines, no, ma'am.
Well, I would like to explore with you further, perhaps after this panel, some of what you just said in terms of your staff, but I want to move on to a couple of other things just in the interest of time. Director Krebs, given your experience with tackling disinformation, I want to talk about the post-election disinformation campaign that has been waged. The President and many others have tweeted outlandish claims of massive voter fraud and truly wild conspiracy theories. However, the President's lawyers won't or don't usually bring these same claims when they go into court. When they do, the judges, often conservative or Republican-appointed judges, have dismissed them. Director Krebs, given your experience with disinformation campaigns, why do you think there is such a gulf between rhetoric and reality? What's the goal of this disinformation campaign?
I think generally that disinformation now, currently, particularly domestically, is being used to create confusion and drive a certain narrative. But our point with rumor control at CISA was about identifying, initially foreign activities, but it became more of a domestic or even uncertain origin. And it was things, again, like hammer scorecards, some of these claims of malicious algorithms, and they were pretty straightforward to debunk in the early days, but they continue to this day. There's confusion being sown about how election machines are used, how they fit into the process. Even now in Michigan right now, with Antrim County, there was a forensics audit done on some of the machines there, and there was a group that released a report. And it's a 22-page report. I looked at it, and others have looked at it. And to me, it implies that those systems are compromised and not dependable, and you can't trust the votes and any other of the machines across the state. So I was a little concerned about that, but I looked at the report, and it claims that there was a 60% error rate in the machines, the election management systems. And so, again, I dug into that, and it makes the claim that then, 68% of the votes cast are therefore not dependable. And I've seen those claims being repeated on social media by the campaign, by the president. And so I wanted to understand what that was all about. So I looked at it, and in fact, it was not that there were 68% of the votes there were errors. It was that the election management system's logs had recorded 68% of some sort of the logs themselves had some sort of alert rate. And that is being used to spin that machine is not trustworthy. But the problem is the report itself doesn't actually specify any of those errors, except for one. And it's on page 19. Actually, it's on page 20. And it says, there is no permission to bracket zero bracket. And that is being claimed to mean that somebody tried to get in the machine and wipe the records. And so I looked at that and I said, okay, I don't know if it actually says that. And something jumped out at me, having worked at Microsoft, that these are Windows-based machines. The election management system is a Windows-based machine, and the election management system is coded with a programming language called C#. There is no permission to bracket zero bracket is a placeholder for a parameter. So it may be that it's just not good coding, but that certainly doesn't mean that somebody tried to get in there in zero. They misinterpreted the language in what they saw in their forensic audit. And that's just one example. They misinterpret, and Commissioner Palmer, I'm sure, can talk to us about whether there's a HAVA 90-day safe harbor rule, or which of the VVSGs is applicable to those machines, and whether that machine... So I'm seeing these reports that are factually inaccurate continue to be promoted. That's what rumor control is all about. That's what I'm continuing to do today, based on my experience and understanding and how these systems work. We have to stop this. It's undermining confidence in democracy.
Well, I thank you so much for that statement. Mr. Chair, I'll note that a couple of other people have gone a little bit over their time, and I have one more question for Mr. Krebs.
Sure,
and with your indulgence, I'd like to ask it.
Sure.
Director Krebs, I thank you for that response. I think it's a very important example of the kind of disinformation and spinning that is happening that, frankly, puts confidence at risk and puts some of our people at risk.
Bitch, shut the
You
fuck
have
up.
noted
If
in
you
the
wasn't
past
using
that we have a
lying, you
very
wouldn't be
diffuse
at
election
fucking
system
risk.
that is administered at the
People
local
who tell
level.
the truth don't be at
individual
risk
polling locations,
until they tell the
there
truth
are
to a
often
fucking
numerous
liar.
nonpartisan officials involved in administering a community's voting process. That diffusion of responsibility also makes it extremely unlikely that there would be a single point of failure or fraud that could sway an election. Director Krebs, you have worked with the numerous election officials across state and local governments. Can you speak to how the diffuse nature of our election systems affects the security of our elections? And just also in the interest of time, I want you to comment too. Sadly, some of these nonpartisan officials at the local level have been subjected to harassment and even death threats. So can you speak to the impact of these threats? And do you think the president and his allies have done enough to condemn the threats of violence?
I'm not aware of much in terms of condemning the threats of violence, having been a recipient of some of them. I think it's, again, an affront to democracy that the citizens of the United States of America that are responsible for executing this sacred democratic institution of elections are being threatened on a daily basis. I mean, you name it, whether it's emails, whether it's phone calls, whether it's people showing up at your house. I know this is not an America I recognize, and it's got to stop. We need everyone across the leadership ranks to stand up. I think I would appreciate more support from my own party, the Republican Party, to call this stuff out and end it. We got to move on. We have a president.
The fuck you mean move on? Move on for what? It's a lie. Why move on with a lie?
Georgia.
We going right back to the same bullshit that we had with what his name is, Obama and Biden. We going right back to the Obama motherfucking administration when Obama said that the fucking jobs have left and they're not coming back. And then Donald Trump came in here, brought the jobs back and everything. You gotta be fucking stupid to go backwards instead of forward, assholes. All believers are assholes. And I can say that, yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all the witnesses here today. I want to start out by saying, as members of Congress, we take an oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We have a responsibility to our constituents and our nation to defend our democratic process. With that being said, Mr. Krebs, we thank you for your service to our nation and for upholding your oath to defend the Constitution from foreign and domestic threats.
Fuck that
your
bullshit.
efforts to protect the integrity of our democratic process help ensure that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history as certified by the Department of Homeland
Nothing
Security.
secure about this fucking election.
I'd also publicly like to thank Nevada's election workers who, despite Mr. Bonnell's comments in the media and here today, worked long hours to ensure that Nevada's elections were free, fair, and secure. Both our Republican Secretary of State and our Democratic Attorney General have stated there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud occurred in Nevada, and our highest court has said the same, and I will not give this false narrative about my state any more attention than it has already unfortunately received. However, we do know that foreign adversaries like Russia have peddled false narratives. September 3rd, the Department of Homeland Security warned that Russia has been spreading disinformation about the integrity of U.S. elections since March. This evidence is alarming. According to Althea Group, ahead of the election, Russian media sources like RT and Sputnik were already pushing the narrative that the U.S. would not conduct free and fair elections. Last month, the Election Integrity Partnership found that social media accounts tied to Russian Internet Research Agency amplified claims of election fraud leading up to the 2020 election. Mr. Krebs, to reiterate, were there any election systems successfully hacked by foreign adversaries in the 2020 election?
Ma'am, having been out of the job now for 5 weeks or so, based on what I understood when I left, I'm not aware of any voting machine involved in the casting or counting of votes in this election or the certification process that was accessed by a foreign adversary.
Thank you. So I want to just emphasize the difference between election interference and influence. So we know our election infrastructure was secure from interference. I want to turn to the issue of foreign influence campaigns. In your view, did adversaries succeed in amplifying the false perception our election process was fraudulent? And really, can you explain how domestic actors amplified foreign disinformation campaigns and how that undermines confidence in our democratic process?
I think what we saw, I believe it was October 22nd, we did see some Iranian efforts. I've talked about this before, where there were some emails that popped up on that day claiming to be purportedly from at least the Proud Boys that were talking about, sent specifically to Democratic voters that said, you need to change your registration and vote for President Trump. If you don't, we will find you and take care of business, I guess. The issue there is that ballot secrecy is the law in all 50 states. So we identified that issue, we isolated it, and then put up a rumor-controlled debunker. And in the meantime, in the ensuing 27 hours, we were able to determine that was in fact an Iranian operation. And I think what was one of the true success stories of the Protect 2020 effort and defending democracy this time around was the fact that rather than 4 months, in 27 hours, we went from detection to sharing that information with the American people. There is one element that doesn't get a lot of play, though, is that prior to making that assessment, following up on my commitment to our partners in the state and local election community, we held a call with the election officials and said, look, this is what we're seeing, you need to know this, and then we went to the public.
We the people need to let them know
I just have about 2.5 minutes left, so I would like to
yield
the rest of my time
to
you, because you did take an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Because if we the people
when you were
can't
sworn in as
think
director
over our
of
own
CISA,
community,
and so I want you to address
what the
anything
fuck
that you
we
feel
need them
we haven't
for?
already asked
They don't live there.
And give you an opportunity to speak in the last 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you for that courtesy. Look, I could not be more proud of my team at CISA for the work they did.
He need to
not
be fired.
Just
that bitch need to be
protecting the
fired.
2020 election, but in getting through the last 9 months of all
you
the
need to be
stresses
fired.
COVID placed on the workforce, and coming to work each day,
you
whether
need to be
they're
fired,
out
bitch.
in the field or the limited folks that came into the office. That's point one. Point two
fired.
was I firmly believe that
believe
Protect 2020 effort, working with our partners in the federal government, whether it was in
make believe was made up to make you into
Defense,
being a liar.
was
look
the
at the word
single
believe.
best representation of a unified government effort. Everybody got it. There were no turf wars. There was no parochialism. Everybody was on the same page. So we were defending democracy. The last thing I'll say is that the real heroes here are the state and local election workers out there across the country, the hundreds of thousands of election workers.
The ones that are cheating for them.
That risk their lives, and that's not a joke.
The ones that are yeah, it's not a joke. They're risking their freedom too, because they're going to jail now.
To work so that you and I could go vote and cast our decision here and contribute to this process. They had to deal with incredible adversity, and then at the end of it, risking their lives, they get death threats for doing their job, for standing up, speaking truth to power, putting country over party. That's got to end. We're going to have to move past this somehow. I've said before that democracy, yeah, we survived this, I think. It was strong enough to survive, but democracy in general is fragile. It requires commitment and follow through on both sides. If a party fails to participate in the process and instead undermines the process, we risk losing that democracy.
See?
We have to come back
on
together
a cool,
as a country.
He's talking to his fucking Republican
Again,
Party
I thank
friends
you for being here.
from the
I thank
Democratic
you for
side.
you and your teams
He's
around
trying to
the
let
country
them realize
for keeping
that
us
we're in this shit together.
safe and
Donald
working
Trump
so
was
hard
the
in this past
outsider.
election.
Donald Trump was the businessman
Senator
showing the
Rosen.
fucking
Senator
people
Scott is not
that this is
back
a
yet, so
business,
Senator
not a
Portman,
piggy bank
are
to
you
these
on
fucking people.
WebEx?
And now these bitches done got their piggy bank back.
Senator Hawley, are you on WebEx? I'll try Senator Sinema. Well, then I'll pick up the slack. Mr. Banal, I want to explore a little bit further in terms of what access you did not have to the information you requested to verify this. Again, I value the paper backups, I value the controls, but they're only as good as they're actually used, and they only provide confidence to the extent that it's a transparent process. So just speak a little bit to what you had access to, what you did not have access to, what you're denied, and then go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The very sad fact is that we were denied access to almost anything meaningful that would allow us to verify.
Can you be specific?
Absolutely, Senator. Let's talk about the paper backups on the electronic machines. We were denied any access to those except for one machine in the entire state of Nevada. We were denied that access. I wish I could have quoted Mr. Krebs when we were fighting our discovery fights at the, in Nevada, saying how important it was to get access to these. We couldn't see any paper backups, and on top of that, the printers on the machine were malfunctioning at such a high rate. We doubt that the paper backups were actually giving us anything of use anyhow. So these paper backups that are supposed to provide such transparency, we couldn't use them. We couldn't see them. We couldn't use they provided us zero transparency at all, except on one machine in the entire state of Nevada. Another example is the fact that we were denied any meaningful discovery in the case in order to go and examine the full extent of the voter fraud. For instance, even when we were able to subpoena the records that led us to discover those 4,000 non-citizens who voted, we couldn't put that into evidence because we didn't get them until the end of the discovery period, and then the court said, well, at that point it's too late. Our discovery period was essentially 3 days. And we were denied any meaningful opportunity to even use in our case the information that we got. And the court didn't even consider those things, unfortunately. We were denied, we tried to be able to understand the code of these machines, to be able to find out, for instance, as the chairman pointed out, whether machines were hooked up to the internet, whether any of that happened, be able to do a forensic review. We brought forensic experts all the way to Nevada, people that could have discovered this information, people that could have told us what happened with these machines, and we weren't allowed near them. We weren't allowed any forensic audit of it. Nothing that could have given us any transparency, because transparency is not political. That's what we talked about here. That's what we were denied in Nevada, is any attempt to actually find out what happened. Here's the troubling thing, is one of the reasons that they said that we couldn't get transparency on this machine is because they're proprietary. The information, the coding was proprietary. But we're talking about the countings of votes for the office of President of the United States, and they're not going to let us see the code for how they actually coded the votes? You got to pick one. It's either open source, and we exactly know the way that these machines are counting the votes, or you have to go back to a verifiable system to make sure that the results that are being reported are the results that we get from actual voters, because that is where democracy breaks down. That is really the fear that we have of losing democracy, is when it's not the people's votes that are being counted, but fraud that's being counted. And we can't just pretend that the emperor has any clothes when if he doesn't. We can't pretend that we have a clean election when there's evidence to the contrary. And the way that we get that is through transparency. And we were denied that in Nevada at every single turn. We had a clerk who, a registrar of voters, who literally dodged our subpoenas. We had the holiday weekend over Thanksgiving in order to serve subpoenas. They locked the doors of the offices. He locked himself in his house. He refused to accept a subpoena. That same registrar of voters, we have a whistleblower that says he was wearing a Biden-Harris pin to inspect voter sites. This isn't something where we're trying to attack officials. We're trying to say that we have to make sure that it's nonpartisan, that we have to make sure that there's transparency. And you can't deny transparency at every turn.
Mr. Krebs, real quick, mindful that, again, all this testimony is under oath. So what you heard from Mr. Bernal is testimony under oath. Does that trouble you? And in your assessment, this is the most secure election. Again, I'm all for paper backups. I'm all for those controls. I think if used, it works. We have a system of advocacy in terms of the legal system. You advocate for one side. It's a
Nope, we used to have this.
It's a combative system, but both sides have to have information. Does that trouble you in terms of lack of transparency that Mr. Bernal is testifying to under oath?
I think a couple things here. One is that in Commissioner Palmer's opening statement, he talked about the certification process, the voluntary voting systems guides, the certifications that happen at the state level, the logic and accuracy testing of these machines, the parallel testing that happens the day of or during the election process, the sampling and forensic audits. We saw Georgia do that with a number of their machines to ensure that the hashes match what they expected. I do think that yes, we need to make sure that working with these vendors that we have the appropriate insight and transparency into the process. Certainly, I think we need to have a conversation on what the appropriate auditing process looks like. I have seen some auditing that is not necessarily up to snuff, so we need to explore that a little bit more fully. But again, if you've we're talking about paper backups, but we're also talking about paper ballots.
But again, only if they have. He just said they didn't have access to the ballots.
I'm not.
Again, all I'm asking, does that trouble you that there wasn't that kind of a transparency, or are you challenging his testimony?
Oh, of course not.
So again, this system is. We only have confidence in it if it's completely transparent. And somebody who's challenging results has access to the information, the paper ballot backup.
I got the lady on audio tape
systems, and that
telling me, Dave, don't
that concern you?
Go there and telling people nothing. They working on it. I say, y'all keep saying that y'all doing this, y'all doing that, y'all ain't really doing nothing. You tell me how to go and tell
auditing,
huh?
But that's the problem. The legal system didn't allow.
Yeah. Talking about the public population.
You can talk about all these controls up front, but then
one that's
in
working
the end,
on my
when there
own.
are affidavits signed and people are making charges, when you can't obtain the evidence to actually try it in court, and your evidence is denied.
The one, that's what I'm talking about. She told me, she talked to Ken, and Ken is taking care of all that there. I said, well, they ain't giving the people that need this rental. Ken is talking to the guy that's dealing with the rental history. I said, do I need to go in here and talk to these people at the apartment complex and let these people tell these people, give them, because I got to get out here because these days is getting over with fast on me, ma'am. She said, Mr. Noflin, just stay calm, stay put, wait till I call you back. I said, I need you to say that, wait till you call me back again so I can put it on tape so I can have somebody verifying what you're saying. What am I waiting for? We waiting for me to call you back and let you know exactly everything that's being done about you and your movement. Dave, I said, man, I don't have no time to be playing with y'all. My time is very slim.
Denied in court. You understand how that frustrates people, and that's the problem. That's why there's because this was not in so many cases we've heard about.
Oh yeah. Tell me how Roy talked to them there, Dave.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson.
Like they niggas on the plantation, dog.
I think it's the right thing to do.
But you said that, Dave. You said that, bro. You said that when the rooster come home to roost, you gonna see it. You said that they ain't gonna really know until they get to see it for themselves, John. And he would have got it. And they would have got it. That's how bad. That's how bad. Dave, you gotta look at Dave. You still gotta look at who Donald Trump is. They would have got him impeached on that because the niggas would have been riled up with that, dog. The niggas would have protested worse than that dude getting choked out and was a bad dude. You feel what I'm saying? Just on that. Oh, he just trying to bring her back to the plantation. Look how, and that should have never left the news if it had been Donald Trump.
We've got to figure out how to do this. I can tell you, I live in
He jumped down, dude. Because I know again. I know it's sarcasm. I know it's sarcasm. I know it's sarcasm, dude. I know you mean it for that sarcasm. Yep. I know you mean that sarcasm because I know it's gonna get bad, boy. Bruh. See, bruh. The mainstream took away all that boy power, bruh. Because that boy did a lot of things in his little bit of hours that he was in there, dog. Because the media didn't show it to him, dog. They kept it away from him. It's TV. Yeah, that was leaked out. Yeah, somebody had to get rid of it. Somebody had to get that pressure out somewhere. Somehow. But it was leaked, though. Like I told you, Dave. Like, thank you, Dave. Dave, like talking to the mother on the plantation, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Dave. Look, Dave. When I saw it, I said, boy, if Dave get to see this here before they take it off here, I said, come quick, Dave. And then when they take it off, dog, it's too late. It didn't hit already. It didn't hit. It done leaked out. You saw it, I saw it. Yeah, dog. But see, ain't none of them young people playing no more, man. Bro, like I said again, dog, the little other old chick, the one that she saying that need to step down. They were just talking about how she argued with her Karen after they done told her something and she had forgot it. No, the other one, with they be wearing the blue all the time. No, not Pelosi. Let me see. Now, white lady on that Congress that board shit. I'm about to tell you what her name is. 1 second. They say that they be discussing shit to her, and she got Alzheimer's so bad she be forgot. And then she got arguing with them, and they just softened it into letting her know that they already told her that already. And she still get mad. But you know that's how elderly do when they got that Alzheimer's bullshit. So they trying to get her to step her fucking ass down because she forgetting a lot of motherfucking briefs and shit.
We all have anecdotes. One of my friends, an academic leader in Commonwealth, Virginia, where he used to live, here's an anecdote.
I know they like I said again, I said, boy, they get to see this here before they take it off here. He gonna see how this dude talk to my people. And he.
I told you that I mean what I say what I mean, and
he said it
all
again.
That bullshit.
He said it again the same way. I mean what I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. I'm chilling.
Don't want to have those
one person only gets one vote, that the way that the ballot is counted is accurate. These things shouldn't be partisan. These things should be exactly what we do to protect our republic, to make it so that people know that the results are accurate. Because otherwise, you end up where we are today.
Senator, one of the fascinating things about Wisconsin is, as I said, we have a long history of real transparency in our process, in our recount process, in all of our processes. So it's particularly odd here. And several of the justices on our court this last week called what the Democrats had done in the majority of the court, in the Supreme Court, as absurd and bizarre. And the reason they referred to it that way is they said, the issue here is what confidence do people have in the election process? So if that's what we hear, and I've heard that, I've been hearing that all day here, confidence in the election process. Well then, why, when everything is teed up? I mean, you know, I'm a former judge. My co-counsel, former president of the state bar. We had teed up everything. You absolutely knew names, addresses, scores. You had exact records. And what the Biden campaign did not want the court to do is to actually address the substantive question. That's the holding of the court. We won't address the substantive question. The Chief Justice, I mean, it's great frustration.
He ain't done shit, Dave.
4 members of this court drove the cloak of latches over numerous problems that will be repeated.
Your daddy, Dave.
And again, until this court has the courage to correct it. It was all Democrat talking points. I mean, they just make the same thing. I heard something about Justice Karofsky's comment. It was just a talking point. And I guess the frustration you hear from those of us who are serious, who have taken this seriously, is that when we pose these matters to courts, we expect them to address them.
Thank you.
When they don't, it undermines the integrity of our system. That's what's going on here. The frustration that you hear, even in good Democrats. If the courts don't address these, who's going to? Aren't they the ultimate arbiters? There's no dispute that the election would have turned out...
Trying to turn everything back on Trump again, Dave. This shit crazy, y'all.
He played his role good. These motherfuckers straight up Democrats.
But
I got something that and it was on YouTube. I took it on YouTube. I was able to save it and put it into my phone. They're talking about the vaccines and shit. And it show all the motherfucking like I was telling you about the autism and the vaccine. It show all the fucking aftermath of what these vaccines did experimenting in Africa and all these other countries, bro. Where they got all them children at China.
Yeah, but the motherfucking American people, they believe in vaccines. They believe in it. They believe in it. You believe shit, that's what they believe, bro. They don't have no knowledge, they believe that shit. They get what they believe in. They want vaccines. Shit. I don't know about vaccines, but they want it. They're crying for vaccine. We got the vaccine back. Yeah, they're happy. Because they got vaccine, niggas. People take flu vaccines every year. They take a flu shot. Every year they take flu shots. Motherfuckers still die of flu. Still taking flu shots.
Come on, bro. It's like you getting the flu before you catch the flu. That's stupid. I know.
What you just said, man.
We've got to figure this out.
I don't put fuck up shit, man.
Not no more. Yeah, not no more.
For 6 years, nigga.
Yep, not no more, baby. I said, this ain't no diet, it's a lifestyle. I want to live. Yeah, dog.
It's not a dangerous shit.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Yeah.
I can't put on drugs, I can't put on shit. I put on myself.
Yeah, dog.
I go now.
Nah, like I said again.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All to kill, all that there is to be, is to kill the creator within the creation. Shit. And that's what they want to do. That's why they want to inject you with shit. They get it in your blood, dog. That's a rap,
you know, as I look at this issue,
You got a weak immune system.
Yeah, you know I got a good one. Oh man, how I know I got a good one, dog? My blood body supposed to be months after all I went through with that MRI machine.
That is more independent. Look at the issue.
The creator within the creation, boy, got immune to all that radiation, dog. On the real, that was too much.
Government usurps from the states. In fact, we believe that the Constitution.
Because them bitches told me and that motherfucker every time I went to the hospital, bro. Every time. Because that made the most money. The MRI machine.
So there was discussion earlier, I think it was of the Carter-Baker Commission. I would ask you, Mr. Starr, is this time for us to establish a commission? I've been involved in some of these commissions. I've been a commissioner and co-chaired some that have worked, some that haven't worked. But often they can be quite effective at sort of taking the partisan poison out of an issue and addressing it in a very straightforward way. If you had a distinguished Democrat and a distinguished Republican and commissioners who were dedicated to increasing the...
We don't trust y'all no more.
You think now
Democratic Party, other Republican Party, y'all both parties been having a party on the fucking people.
Plenty of time before the next
this is the United States of America's corporation. Not the United States of America's piggy bank for y'all fucking Democrat rats and Republican clowns.
Yes. In light of the acrimony and the division with respect to the 2000 election, bringing together Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State Baker was, I think, very efficacious.
Yeah, they love going backwards, huh?
But they bring attention and shed light on what the issues are.
Jimmy Carter.
So, yes, I think taking it out of what is clearly continuing to be a highly bitter and acrimonious discussion, and to say to the American people, we're going to take a look at this, and we're going to try to, in fact, improve in the great spirit of reform. We want honest elections. Abraham Lincoln, the subject.
We're going to let this one go, Dave. We're going to make sure the next one we'll get. You see what I'm saying?
Even though I'm thankful that foreign interference and so forth, and I very much admire Mr. Krabs.
All I can say, Dave, is when you think about a conscious community, looking over a community,
so to speak,
right there is something to really think about. What the fuck do the community need a conscious community thinking over their community for us? The motherfuckers that thinking over their community don't live in their community.
Thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to working with one of my Democratic colleagues.
Right around, Dave.
This idea, we've had some discussion.
Because I'm like this here.
And I think, again,
if the motherfuckers in the community can't watch over their own community, they definitely don't need nobody watch over them that don't give a fuck about them. Right or wrong?
Everybody agrees with secure elections, absolutely.
It'd be different if an organization like my organization, our organization, the people helping people, the truth makes sense. It's time for change, organization. It is what it is. Man, this some bullshit, man.
Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose so well. Frank LaRose and you, I think, were able to provide some examples for other states, as I understand it. You can speak to that. But we have in every county in Ohio the so-called Albert Intrusion Detection Monitoring hardware, which is designed to detect suspicious cyber activity. Can you comment briefly on the benefits of using this kind of detection and monitoring hardware and how it works?
Yes, sir. First off, I want to thank you for the state of Ohio. For some reason, in my senior staff in my front office, two of my top 3 advisors happen to be from Ohio.
It's the type of shit that our taxpayers' money go to. These briefings right here, dog.
I'm going to put on my mask after you said that.
Yeah, bro, I'm like...
I had his Ohio mask on earlier.
So,
somebody...
the Albert systems are intrusion detection systems that effectively sit on the network.
A recourse of system to go along with this one, to keep this motherfucker in check. These bitches having internal investigations internally could never get their shit checked. Because they never gonna really hold the motherfuckers inside the internal investigation responsible. It's not possible.
Bad interaction.
It is what it is.
A good insight into what sort of behaviors
there you go. And that,
actually pretty key after.
Because you get squashed. Because you definitely get squashed, Dave.
What's happening in Illinois, we could build out some of those signatures and then go through forensics. It is a passive system. It's a forensic system. Where we need to go, though, is building on the trust we can develop through the Albert sensors, through the ISAC.
And I'm like you, Dave.
More advanced technology. I'm specifically talking about.
Yeah, why you think I'm working on what I gotta do right now, and I'm still tripping up with these bitches doing? Cause I don't trust them, dog. And that's why I'm saying And then for these people not to be calling me back at the public company, like I said again, I called them there, and what's happening is, soon as somebody picking up the phone, it's sending me the voicemail.
Yeah, Bruce, and I, again, as you know, I've talked about this.
But I was going over there a little while ago when that lady told me, don't go over there.
Not up to the task generally, and that's another topic.
And I said, well, I can't go in there and tell it. She
said, when we'll be back to testify. But
like I said, Mr. Knopfler, we're fixing this here with you moving out and doing this.
Hackers got into the computers of some of our most sensitive agencies, and so we obviously have a lot of work to do.
If she don't call back today, I will call her back. I'll wait for that call.
There, but on the other hand,
I ain't waiting long. Fuck that.
Even CISA adequate resources and authority to be able to handle all these issues, not just the election issues. But obviously we have a huge problem right now with cyber attacks, and we don't know all the details yet, and I won't ask you to get into stuff you don't know about, but it was a massive cyber attack on federal agencies that undercut our national security. We know that. By the way, Senator Paul earlier talked about the fact that...
Like I said, Dave, we both know to be informed is not to listen to the news, because the news will tell you the elite assholes news you don't need to know. The vibration though, Dave. The vibration though, dog. Yeah, dog. Oh, Dave. My eyes lying to me. I don't see what I see. I said, get. Yeah, put flamethrowers in this system. Burn that shit down. Shit. And like you said, Dave, and when you saying flamethrower, I'm gonna give you some irony for you saying that there. On Grand Theft Auto, about trying to think what year that was. I say 05. Yeah, about 05. Grand Theft Auto had on there where you can punch a code in Grand Theft Auto, and it was called Hostile Pedestrian. Did you hear me, dog? Guess who run around with a flamethrower, nigga? Grandma. Do you hear me, bro? And Grandma be lighting it up. And I'm like, this is some crazy shit. Because everybody got guns. They got guns. Hostile pedestrian, man. I wonder if YouTube got to pull that shit up on YouTube. Because hostile pedestrian on Grand Theft Auto back in the day. Man, that shit was crazy, bro. Because like I said again, just to say that it came from that to now what it is today. Look how they got women being so powerful, and they had grandma doing that shit with a flamethrower.
All of them arrest. All of them go. Black Caucus, flamethrowers.
And like I said again, and knowing them rats, boy, like I said, and knowing them rats, dog, all of them business survive. All of them. That's how sneak. That's how sneaky them bitches are. Yeah, in real life they ain't gonna survive, but them. The thing about it, in real life, if you burn up a fucking barn with a whole bunch of rats in it, a rat will bite its way out of there, right or wrong. And that's I'm calling demo rats a figure of speech. Demo rats, that's what I'll call them, rats in good way. But in real life, yeah, humans gonna die in that shit. Yep, smoke invasion, all that shit can kill them. They'll do die fast too. Dave, not only they set the narrative, Dave.
Power in Hollywood, and you motherfuckers can't put your own shit together. You gotta call it you. You have to sit and put it in your name and just y'all just come together,
put some shit together. Just come together, put some shit together.
Shit together and just watch that motherfucker go. I mean, you know. But here,
Hello.
Well, we got all black characters. We got black directors. We got black cameramen. What's that? Colostomy bag.
Good. What do they say? They telling me that I got a balance.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, this is him, and I was just calling you guys about my colostomy bag the other day. No, that's rubber catheter, Dave. That's rubber catheter, Dave. That's rubber catheter, Dave. That's rubber catheter, Dave. Dave. Yo, Dave. He think you talking about rubber catheter. I need my colostomy bag.
That's how I feel about it. I said right outside by the garbage dumpster, and they'll take all that shit. Or what I would do, really. Hold on,
wait, 1 second. Dave, this is the colostomy bag. Dave, this is the colostomy bag, not the rubber catheters. You talking about rubber catheters, dog? This is the colostomy bags. Oh, all right. Yeah, ma'am. So yeah, I need to It'll be 01/27/1969.
Half the information you give in life
12903 Brent Rock Drive, apartment number 783, Houston, Texas 77082. Not everything, son. Yo, God, this is crazy, sweetheart. Thank you.
That made me laugh.
Hey, you do too, sweetheart. Bye-bye. Hey, they laugh her ass over you, D. She going down. She going down. You laugh her ass over. She said, oh, your provider real passionate with you. I said, hey, he just like with me, shit. He just like with me. He just like with me. Shit, he like me. If he didn't like me, he couldn't be passionate like me. Dealing with y'all with that bullshit. Talking about, oh, y'all, motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got no bill. And not only that, when they call me up talking about because of the fraudulent activity, my SSI check is going to be stopped unless I call this number and talk to one of the supervisors. I say, fuck y'all. Look, Dave, I say, fuck y'all. I ain't calling back because I know for a fact that, look, Dave, I know for a fact that, right, I know, yeah, look, Dave, because I know for a fact that if you lay up there and answer your phone,
so if the school come in, yeah, you get some repercussions. They can't do something to you, and you acknowledge it, and you did your part. Fuck all other folks.
There you go.
You did your part. Now they got to stay in line with their part.
There you go, because like I said again, with that phone call coming in, dude, and I'm answering it, and then it hangs up and have me call another number. Man, y'all fucking stupid. If y'all call and I ain't get to talk to no representative.
All you're talking about right now is stuff to get you off course, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now. They ain't worry about all the excess stuff that happened in the past. Got them on the line. Make this phone call count with you, man.
Oh. That's already done, dog. They already sending my shit. My shit, that's done already. Oh, I've been on the phone.
Man, results. Everybody got a job to do, man. I do jobs, man. I work, man. You know, my time is not to be played with. Your time is definitely not to be played with. Everybody got to work in time.
Come on, dog. Cause we all
You ain't in jail.
we all living.
Do your job.
We all living in a divine time of order.
Let me tell you something, man. Do your job. That man, that's divine.
It's not a job.
Do your job.
It's not really a job. It's a passion. Yeah, it's a passion. Yep. It's a passion.
Nobody got time to play around.
It's a passion, baby.
Do it today. Don't waste a day.
Don't waste a day.
That's what you do for a living.
Yes, dog.
I don't. Hey, let me tell you something. You know, people, lives, living matter. You are living matter. You are black matter.
Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on, dog.
You living, and you important. Mama's doing your job. Make your job important. Help people. Help themselves so you can help yourself. Your job. Do your job. Man, that was my only job. I'd be the baddest motherfucker at that.
Cause like I said again.
People be getting results because talk to people, man.
Because I can say this day, when it comes down to the job that you do for me, is a well done job and my benefit of it. You see what I'm saying? And I appreciate it. That's what I'm saying. But when it comes down to the things that you want to do from your heart, it's the passion of you knowing it's better to tell the truth about everything.
Yeah, that's right. You know that shit.
Yeah,
right is right, man.
Yeah, bro.
I do shit because it's the right thing to do. I don't have to even think about it.
You don't have to think about it, though. It's a natural order. Yep. It's a natural order. Yep. It's a natural order, baby. Natural order.
You don't have to speak that out of your mouth, bro.
Nope.
They know it.
They know it.
See,
Yep.
what you do,
yep.
Every time you give a narrative, you bring the same narrative. You gotta do this, and you go deeply spiritual, and people just need to do this. Fucking shut up, son. That's it, bro. It ain't even rocket science. Do your job. People come around here lying all the time. I studied this shit. It's an insult to me to see people sitting up here lying, and then homosexuals, people that are not spiritual, they don't know, and they talk like they deep, and they lying. But if you lying, you're not telling the truth. I can't listen to you. You can't tell me that you're a liar.
Yeah, bro.
No, Lemon is a liar. You live a lying life. Oh yeah, I'm getting sex from another man's ass.
You're twisted.
That's immorally wrong.
You can't get nothing out of that there, but shit.
Without even going that deep like you do.
Yep.
When I say it, everybody know what it means now by now. We done heard that shit. We see it on TV. We see motherfucking men, fucking men. We see, hey, we even got game shows now. Dating shows. Why they putting women with women? They putting it out there in the mainstream airwaves, son. They doing that.
In your face.
It ain't right, and you gotta live with that.
That's why I say, dog,
and
if the divine order was in the creation to have the order to be in, you couldn't be thinking naturally with the creator of the living. And that's what people just ain't realizing. They just going by what they was taught to
you know, so that's all that counts. Yeah. They don't know if that's their fault.
It is, dog.
Because when I exhibit something, you exhibit, because we are people that see shit.
Yep. The realization.
And we enjoy our feelings.
The realization.
Not but we enjoy our feelings. And that's emotional shit. Look, passion and emotionalism, two different things. A person that's passionate about something, when you're passionate about it, you're going to be truthful.
Yep, and not only that, you're going to think it truthfully through.
But that's truthful.
Yeah, you're going to think it.
Think about truth. Yep. You just do that shit because you are truth.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You are truth. That's why I felt true with 7-11. That's why I felt true with 7-11. That's why I put it with 7-11.
Yep. In the normalcy of
life. Yeah, dog. And there's a natural order to be in.
I can't be happy with what I'm seeing.
I ain't happy either, dog. But, hey, I gotta do what I can do.
Morally.
Yes, I gotta do what I gotta do while I'm living in it. Because it's morally flipped upside down, dog. It's morally flipped upside down.
Man, really, you know.
Morally flipped upside down.
when you even trying to live morally
yeah,
right. I'm not talking. We all got challenges and problems, shit we go through.
You get more trial and tribulation.
But when you go through it, the challenges make you stronger.
You do, dog.
And so, man, nothing from a trouble standpoint gonna take you out.
Nuh-uh. No.
That's why you gotta take care of yourself.
The weak part will take you out, because that's the giving up part. Waiting on somebody else to do for you. Yourself.
Of your physical
being.
vessel.
Your physical being.
That's
physical
what will
being.
run out
yes.
eventually.
Your physical being.
We don't know what the time is set for, man, to go.
When the Creator gives up on the creation.
We living, so
yep.
we're alive.
Yes.
But the time to go.
Like I said again, and once that light within the creation gives out, it is what it is, without a doubt. You're going somewhere. And when you come back, it is under the Creator's divine order. The truth is right there. If you were divinely in order to be here with me right now, or you wouldn't be. It is what it is. Because just like when you came into my...
That's true. That's part of this truth.
Yes,
indeed.
He is responsible. Yes.
Responsible things.
They know they're responsible.
Choice to make. You give them a choice. Free will being, you make the choice.
And know that the response...
Do I push the thing through to the end to make sure
it's done.
my brother wins?
It's done.
Am I going to stay with the force
yes.
to help you win? I'm a teammate nigga. I was a great teammate. That's why white boys and people that work with me respect my shit. Because they know
you like
I work hard.
You want to win.
And I do it right.
And you want to win.
It ain't good for no glory. For man, it's what I'm supposed to do as a created man.
Yep.
Living
life.
For life and my creator.
Yes.
Because I didn't make my motherfucking shit.
You were naturally divine in order.
All that shit.
Yes.
Right. We gotta do the shit. That's all I'm saying.
Gotta do the work. Like you said, gotta do the work. Gotta do the work.
I don't understand.
No,
man, every day. And you can't just always be ready to preach people. You gotta know things. You get well, take it well, keep your mind strong, and it ain't always gotta come out about people spiritual. You live a life.
I'm the light that's living, like I said again. So that's the spiritual part. And I speak it. I speak it. I do. I speak it though too.
I always gotta hear when they speak to you. But you want to step on a podium and get in the corner and God speak weekly, you got that shit right there. You do that all the time.
Yeah, when they let me. Only when they let me.
Oh, that's good. You got to pay some money. Right now, it's not. If you're willing to throw out about $200-300 a month, you'll be alive. I'm just saying. And you can reproduce after that. So,
I know what I'm going to do when I get my new spot. I know exactly what to do when I get my new spot. I know exactly what to do.
All people ask,
I'm going to stay on that.
Doing their job.
Because like I told that lady, I said, when I was just sitting back and believing that somebody was going to do the work for me that I could do myself, I was just like a little kid that don't open his mouth, you won't get fed. So now that I done spoke up for myself, y'all starting to do a little something. But y'all need to do more to your job. Your job is a lot more than y'all had to do for me to help y'all. So. That's why kids shouldn't be on no adult fucking game.
People with good hearts connect to people with good hearts. So your connections, build them connections because these are motherfuckers that they trying, man. And sometimes they ain't morally where you at, spiritually where you at, in your way.
And some of them be back to hold you back too.
Respect everybody's shit. Respect what everybody can do to help you, and you help them. Help me, help you. I said Tom Cruise. When Tom Cruise, man, help me.
Help you, help me.
Help you, help me.
Help you,
help you, help you, help me. Hey, ain't got different with that shit. Hey, hey.
Help me, help you, help me. To help you.
Shit, man.
We can help each other.
We teaming together. You teaming with
That's why
people.
we here together.
These are your teammates, man. Get your teammates to take you over the line. That's what you do.
Yeah, and like I said again,
everybody got a job to do. Everybody got to run the ball.
But my teammate,
run, go fast. Everybody got to tackle.
Yeah, but my teammate act like they fuck what they call it. They fumbling the ball. I'm finding a new front line.
It's a game, man. And put it like this, it's life right now. Life, man. And you know, you got players, you got people with you. Ain't by yourself. You don't have a voice by yourself. That's all you need right now, man. Work that shit. Work it. In your weed box. Yeah, man. Fuck this bullshit, man. Shit.
Yeah, that's where I need to go. I try to slack up on this Mary Jane because I got that candy. If you didn't have no mind, it wouldn't matter. And that's all that matters is your mind and your heart that beats that blood to your brain so you can think about the things that you're doing. Dog, like I said again. Dog, like I said, don't get like I done learned how to work my body and how I eat. And what I like about I don't know what nobody else can say about these vegetables and shit. But seem like them tomatoes and stuff, when they sit a little while, that potentness or something do something good. I don't know what it do. I don't know what it do because it make my body wake up. I be eating shit out of that shit.
In cooking and everything, the longer you leave things that
won't spoil.
Still alive.
Yeah, it's still alive. Yep.
It still has nutrition in it.
It won't spoil.
So,
it won't spoil.
And when you put them together and you put the nice seasonings around it, all that mayonnaise is like marriage.
Yeah, bro.
It tastes good. It's good for you. I say all the time, just keep it refrigerated.
That's all I do. I eat some, and I eat some, and I really I like it when it get warm because when it's cold, it fucks my teeth.
Yeah, and there's other veggies.
See, that's the good time about. And
I eat that kind of stuff all the time.
And then what I want to tell you too, Dave.
And
then what I want to tell you too, Dave, is nothing in there like meat that can spoil. You got me? Because one thing about meat, when it's spoiled, it comes alive. Did you know that? Yeah. It comes alive, Dave.
That vegetation, you want to get that vegetation like it's seasoned like that, you eat it, man.
Man, when I went to YouTube and saw how when that shit spoiled, it comes alive and start moving and shit. I said, what the fuck? That go to show you, Dave. Dave, every living organism has its divine order to be in, depending on how it was created, dog. We was naturally created by the Creator to be here, dog. And when you look at some of the shit that these motherfuckers creating, that's that video that I told you that them bitches took off YouTube as soon as I got a hold to it. But I hid it in my archives, and I'm gonna let you see it too. It's bad, bro. It's bad. Let me see if I can pull that picture up for you. It's bad. It's bad, bro.
Kill these bugs, man, and that's.
It's sinking in this skin.
It's toxic, and so you know you're creating certain patterns.
Yes. Yes.
However, with the right diet in their body, you know, you see a little dog, man, it will fight. Because that's not the body
Bro, the level you just thinking about doing that is gonna do your dog wonders. Shit. Shit, man. See, Dave, and this is what I do. And see, Dave, this is what I say all the time about how could a man want another man? You see what I'm saying? You see that, huh? This is our youth.
Let me tell you something, bro.
How can a man want another man? She's 20, she's 50, I mean, 45. It's like, how can a man want another man? That's the thing.
They got women on women, they got men on men, and they try to balance that out, give you a prettier picture with women.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pretty picture. You've seen two women get off on each other. Now, then you go to porn sites. You see, there's on this porn site, this big old fat ass black woman, man, gets on this little old front white girl, man, and it's long, got the strap and shit. She fucked the shit out of this little white girl. I said, man, that's violent, man.
That's violent, bro.
It's violent, man.
That's almost like rape, bro.
Amen. And that white girl is loving this shit, man. She taking it like a pro. Big motherfucker, turn around and just put that fake dick and shit in there, man. And then, you know, when they go up, they put
living prophecy, no question in my mind. We are living Bible prophecy. A man by the name of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you'd think, I don't know that he's any kin, but he says that almost no one understands what's at stake. He said no one understands what's at stake. Pharma has 80 COVID vaccines in development, 80 of them. But Bill Gates and Fauci pushed Moderna's Frankenstein jab to the front of the line. What are you talking about, preacher? Scientists and ethicists are sounding alarms. The vaccine uses a new, untested, and very controversial experimental RNA technology. Stop for a moment. DNA is the code that is in your body. That code is passed from generation to generation. But it's simply code. It's like an encyclopedia. It's like a book of knowledge. All this information. RNA reads it. And RNA takes what it reads and through its own process disseminates it into the body. So here we go. It tells us that the vaccine uses a new untested and very controversial experimental RNA technology that Gates has backed for over a decade. If instead of injecting an antigen and adjuvant as with traditional vaccines, Moderna plugs a small piece of coronavirus genetic code into human cells, altering DNA throughout the human body and reprogramming our cells to produce antibodies to fight the virus. mRNA vaccines are a form of genetic engineering called germline gene editing. Moderna's genetic alterations are passed down to future generations. Here's a doctor. Her name is Dr. Carrie Madej. She is an osteopathic trained internal medicine physician, and she's talking about genetically modified humans. 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 She says the so-called COVID vaccines deploy recombinant DNA, RNA technology that rewrites the genetic code, much as Monsanto, for example, rewrites the genetic code of tomato and other seeds. Genetically modified organisms can be patented and owned. Monsanto owns the GMO seeds. Once DNA vaccines are used on humans, and it has never been done before, humans could possibly be owned as well. We could be, in theory, be patented. None of this has been discussed at length, and very little about this is publicly known. Scientists do not know how this affects our DNA. Recombinant RNA and DNA technology will, argues Madej, cause permanent and unknown genetic changes in a person's body. Digest that for a moment, because this is coming down the road. What happens to you in this generation, according to these people, will be passed on from generation to generation. You can mess with DNA. You can get into problems with this. And there's a thing called a teratoma. I mentioned to you the other day. What is that? That is a cell that shows up where it's not supposed to show up. For example, a nose can grow on your arm. Eyeballs, or something that is hideous in appearance, can grow in parts of your body. They're not supposed to be there. When you start messing with DNA, you are messing with the very program of life. There's only one, glory to God. There's just one that can make DNA. A man is a fool to think that something so complicated could evolve. That could only come from the hand of an almighty eternal God. You were programmed to be who you are and what you are. Before the foundation of the world, God made man in his mind to bring him forth when he created him from the dust of the ground.
This is where an RNA vaccine comes in.
And nobody's talking about it. The media's not talking about it.
Which becomes possible when you have the virus's genetic sequence.
Then you have to ask yourself, is why are they not covering something so critical as what I discussed? Basically, we have our genetic code that's encased in this double helix strand, what we call the DNA. And then there's another component that helps to rewrite that DNA called RNA. Viruses are fragments of this genetic code of DNA and RNA. These DNA and RNA fragments get back into the cell, get incorporated within our DNA structure, and rewrite certain parts of the DNA in order to help us adapt to our environment and to adjust to environmental triggers. Now, viruses exist inside our cells, and if it wasn't for viruses, the human system would no longer have survived this planet, because viruses are how we evolved. Because viruses, these DNA and RNA fragments, get back into the cell, get incorporated within our DNA structure, and rewrite certain parts of the DNA in order to help us adapt to our environment and to adjust to environmental triggers. Right?
This is where an RNA vaccine.
That's the reason why nobody didn't die like they wanted them to die from that fucking bullshit they put out, dude.
Making your cell do the work of creating this viral protein that is going to be recognized by your immune system and trigger the development of these antibodies.
Now, there's never been an RNA vaccine ever developed. What Moderna is planning on doing is creating this RNA vaccine. The company's never put a vaccine out first. Second, they have never made any product that's been consumed by humans or utilized in humans. Third, they have bypassed all animal testing. RNA vaccine, which will actually introduce RNA fragments into our system. And what that's going to do is it's going to get incorporated inside our DNA and literally rewrite our DNA. It will rewrite our human code, our genetic code. This is basically taking the human system and making it into something else. This is going to generationally be so catastrophic that we have no idea what the implications are. We are talking about rewriting the human genome. Human genetic code will be rewritten by this vaccine, because once it goes in there, it's not like just introducing X or Y or Z. It's introducing in something that is going to start replicating. It's going to be like a chain reaction. It's going to be like a domino reaction. And it's going to start causing a rewriting of the genetic code within our system. It is going to...
So, you know where you want to go on that shit?
Oh, that's fucked up, dude.
Participating. See, that shit is for those who are going to participate. Now, look, the information I'm giving my kids and their kids, don't be messing with these drugs. Don't put no stuff in your body. I'm just telling you.
Bro, it disappeared.
This Operation Warp Speed update today. We continue to have good news to report. As of today, shipments of vaccine will have been delivered to every delivery site identified by public health jurisdictions.
Come see what they swapped their video out.
I hope that every American has been as heartened as so many of us at HHS and DoD have been.
That shit crazy. Yeah, I know I want you to burn it either, boy. If they swapped the video out, now it's gone. Now I put the one about the lady on.
Had a moment that was pretty disastrous for Feinstein, and I'm actually surprised it didn't get as much attention as it's getting right now. But Jane Mayer from The New Yorker highlighted it in order to write a story about something that the Democratic Party has been keeping from voters, and it's very relevant. So it centers around this video that I'm about to show you. Pay close attention to it, and then I'll explain what this is all about.
I'm not sure actually what the answer to this should be, but on November 7, President Trump tweeted, and I quote, "I won this election by a lot," end quote. Obviously, that's not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Do you believe that label goes far enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and not accurate?
I do, because it's not just the surface level label.
Well, let me give you a specific. On November 7th, President Trump tweeted this: "I won this election by a lot," end quote. That's obviously not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Now, here's the question. Does that label do enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and is not accurate?
I believe it's really important that we show people a broader context.
So she repeated the exact same question after Jack Dorsey had already answered the question, word for word almost. And so this kind of raises some questions about her mental and cognitive health. And it turns out that some of the people who are close to Feinstein in Congress have spoken to the New Yorker and shed some light on what's really going on. So according to Jane Mayer's reporting, speaking on background and with respect for her accomplished career, they say her short-term memory has grown so poor that she often forgets she has been briefed on a topic, accusing her staff of failing to do so just as they have. Feinstein's staff said that she sometimes seemed herself and other times appeared unreachable. In fact, one former Senate aide said this to The New Yorker: "The staff is in such a bad position, they have to defend her and make her seem normal." One aide, though, to another senator described what he called a kabuki meeting in which Feinstein's staff tried to steer her through a proposed piece of legislation that she protested was just words, which makes no sense. And then things had finally gotten so bad that Senator Chuck Schumer had to pull her aside and have...
That ain't a good person to have making no motherfucking decisions, Dave.
Talk with her, and that was when she decided to step down.
Thought a lot of things would actually get settled last night and early today. To be honest with you, about what's going on around the country and all the Chinese and Russian troops in Canada and Mexico. If they don't leave, why would our enemy, the BRICS nations, use their two superpowers, Russia and China, to send troops over here for a nation of pussies that have already been over and are doing exactly what their man, Agent 45, wants us to do, has us doing what we want to do. We're so divided, and some people living in so much deep fear right now that you don't know what to believe, because you're seeing them really like pouring on the fear, pouring on this lie that there's that our troops are moving around our soil that have been brought back from the Middle East, where we supposedly won the war on terror, but nobody had a celebration, and we didn't have tanks in the street like North Korea does, you know. So wow, so that makes Trump the goddamn, so that makes him a legitimate president because the goddamn voting thing was a fraud, and it was unconstitutional. Well, the voting was very constitutional. The only fraud in it was the candidates, and you still don't get that part. And the reason these people are clinging on to this lie about our troops are moving and getting in a position to hold back the hordes of goddamn soldiers from the Russia and China, because it gives some kind of legitimacy. It gives them something to believe in, because their world is crashing around them. And I mean it's to every single one of you that are doing it, and my brothers out there as well. We've had our talks offline about what the fuck's going on, and where you have no proof of nothing. You're not even using the resources that even a normal civilian can use to find anything out there of any value that is information to give you any fucking clue of the truth of what's going on, or who's in what country and doing what. And before I get going on that, I'm just going to remind everybody that besides Donald Trump, there is a Department of Defense. There are agencies that have other people that run their own agencies that watch and keep enemies from our shores. I just want to say that. And every fucking
yeah, dog.
Where the Somali pirates are and all that shit, they get to carry a goddamn destroyer with them now. They get to carry one of their naval vessels.
But like I said again, Dave, I feel for you. I know you be needing a break, boy. Cause I know you get to hear it and see it, deal with it, go through it, cause it's happening. Like my boy here.
Last thing, this right here, I saw this, and like, you know, guys, this burns me up because it just goes to show you there is no justice. Have you seen this? Person of the Year. Time made Joe Biden and Kamala Harris Persons of the Year. First of all, so they changed the rules and did something they would never done. They've never done ever, which is put a vice president in with the president in Person of the Year awards. They've never done it. But they feel that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done so much for the country that they should get Person of the Year. Folks, here's the deal. Here's the deal about this.
Trump should have been there. He don't like Trump,
They haven't actually done the damn thing yet.
None of them like Trump.
They haven't even taken office yet. They've done nothing yet for anyone except themselves. They have done absolutely nothing. Nothing. They haven't even assumed the job yet. How do they get Person of the Year
on Facebook
when they haven't done shit? Nothing. Zero. They haven't even taken the job yet. That's like could you get Employee of the Year somewhere before you even start? That's how low the bar is for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Man, be prepared, guys. Be prepared for a lot of ass kissing, man. Everybody in corporate media is going to be kissing Joe Biden and Kamala's ass. It's going to be like, hold on, Kamala, I'll get some kissing your ass in a minute. Hold on, I'm still kissing Joe's ass. Hold on. Don't walk away, Joe. I'll be done with her in a minute. That's going to be kissing Joe Biden and Kamala's ass
like a joke.
For as long as they're in office. It's going to be continuous. They're going to set records. They're going to set records kissing Kamala's and Joe's ass. They're going to get lockjaw. All of them. Lockjaw. It's going to be stuck like this.
I don't think that's going to stop.
MSNBC.
This talking about when they go talk to foreign leaders and shit. You know what I mean?
Man, this going to be freaky, boy.
Everybody in CNN just walking around with duck lips.
It's going to be president 2 years if this shit. Oh.
Person of the damn year before they start the job.
My boy.
Person of the damn year.
keep saying.
Bernie Mac, what would you say to that? Oh, that son of a... I ain't scared of his mother. That ain't my president. I'll split his head to the white meat. What I'm trying to tell you guys is just be prepared for it. Now look, there were other people that were being considered for Person of the Year. Other people were being considered. Like some people on this list. Hold on, I think
don't read why I put it on.
Here we go.
You gonna laugh when he say who.
Yeah.
Look, you gonna laugh when he say who.
They were actually considering Donald Trump. Lord have mercy. Anthony Fauci and frontline healthcare workers. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good nomination. George Floyd.
Straight killer.
Straight killer.
Racial justice movement. Hey, they don't care about it. They don't care about it. They don't care, man. Look, here it is. Here it is, guys. The only reason why they cover racial justice or police brutality, it's kind of obvious, but in case you don't know, for money. It's for money, dummies.
Everything for money, bro.
You know, like I know the Whipback knows. I mean, the rest of the world, people that don't know, that's why they cover it. If it wasn't for us being a capitalist society, they wouldn't cover this stuff. You think they really care about George Floyd? No, they don't, Johnson. Just like they don't care about poor kids. They don't care about vets sleeping outside in the freezing temperatures on the street because they have PTSD. They don't care about families, whole families, living in the woods. And they're not camping, Johnson. Not by choice. It's because they got foreclosed on. Okay? They're homeless. You think Time Magazine gives a shit about that? No, they don't care. They don't fucking care. No. Dr. Fauci and the nurse, I think the nurses have put themselves in harm's way. You know how many doctors and nurses contracted COVID-19 trying to help patients who had COVID-19? These doctors and nurses who are afraid they're going to infect their family when they go home. The teachers. I mean, it's all the people they could have chose who have been busting their ass over the year, right? They don't give it to any of those people. They give it to the two people who have done nothing yet. Nothing in the job that they've been supposedly chosen to do.
Man of the year, man.
Put them on a pedestal already.
That's why I don't take them seriously, Johnson. You shouldn't take them seriously either. That's why you should always triple check these bastards, man.
Better than that, nigga. There gotta be millions of black folks.
Horrendous.
Way better than him.
How about a nigga that survived getting choked out?
You know, but I'm just
saying.
All folks that do fucked up shit.
Fuckery.
The nigga that got shot, and you know he survived, but he was a fucked up nigga, man. He was not a good dude. Had a record. Man, all these dudes had a record. Breonna Taylor was a little baby drug king. She was like the mistress of a drug king. She was the mistress, you know. She wasn't married to a nigga.
She was the banker. She was the banker.
She told so many things. She ran the cartel, man. She was smart. She was no stupid girl. You know, but she got mixed up in a fucked up set, a fucked up group.
A fucked up situation.
That's all it is. She was with a fucked up set. She was with the drug gang.
And them double times to give your baby a so-called Christmas, and then you give credit to some imaginary fat white.
And I said to myself, this is what I said. That's the best.
Come on, yeah, you put on a pedestal. To put on a pedestal.
What? Is this what we're showing our kids?
That's the bad part.
To be like
that's the bad part, bro.
And get uplifted.
Cause
this kind of
Cardi
behavior,
B,
this kind of, and Cardi B, she got some work. I mean, and she passes black and bullshit. And you know when it's necessary. I'm with the brothers and sisters when it's necessary.
Already. And like you said too, when you think about women. They hold on to it.
They came down the chimney on the 24th day and he went all over the world delivering gifts, and you ain't even got a chimney in the project.
Look at that.
Am I telling the truth? Telling your baby.
Yeah.
that by way of there's some hocus pocus, spooktified white woman called the Tooth Fairy is going to come and put some money under the pillow. If your baby leave that little dirty, nasty, rotten tooth under the pillow, they're going to take that little dirty, rotten, nasty tooth and leave $1 under the pillow. Stop lying to your children. Got your babies believing that when the rainbow pop out, that there's some midget white boy in a green outfit called a leprechaun down there with a pot of gold. And if they just get to the end of the rainbow, they can get rich. Stop lying to your babies like that. Got your children thinking that some little chubby white boy baby with some wings on his back running around with some special bow and arrow can shoot you in your behind and then shoot somebody else in the behind. And a woman that wasn't thinking 2 cents about you, all of a sudden because Cupid shot her in the behind. Now when next time y'all see each other, y'all got some special twinkle in your eyes. And now y'all in love, y'all made for each other. Stop lying to your baby. Stop lying to the children. Is that right? Well, to tell your baby that God is a spirit that don't live inside of themselves. To teach them that the Messiah, the Christ, the Son of the living God is a white man. Or to teach them that they will die and go to heaven or die and go to hell underneath the ground is just as bad as telling them that Santa Claus exists. Or there's a tooth fairy, or there's a Cupid or a leprechaun. A lie is a lie, and all of it works against the transmission of the human brain.
Peace, family, it's your brother Ben X, and I know you're going to hurt some feelings with this. But you know what they say. The truth shall set you free. Now, December is coming up, and they say Santa Claus is coming to town. You know, the man that travels to millions of homes, giving gifts to millions of people, having one red bag of gifts? You know, the fat man who eats up all the milk and cookies, comes down the chimney, even the one that we don't have in the hood. Now, I already know what you're thinking. Here y'all go with this woke stuff, Brother Ben. I don't want to hear that. My children going to celebrate Christmas. We just celebrated Turkey Day, Thanksgiving, and we're going to celebrate all the other holidays, Brother Ben. I ain't trying to hear all this. And when we ask why, the answer usually is, well, we ain't trying to take away the fun. That was fun, and they're going to be missing out on fun. Well, how they going to miss out on something they don't know about? If we don't teach our children about Christmas, they won't be missing Christmas. See, it's us, the adults, that want to celebrate Christmas, and we using them not having fun as an excuse. You mean to tell me all throughout the year children are not having fun? How they having fun when it's not December? Like, imagine me saying, hey, look at this. See, son? Magic. Then he grows up and finds out it ain't magic. Hey, you mad at him because he coming home from school lying to you when you've been lying to him his whole life. So instead of you working 2, 3, 4 jobs to get your children some gifts and then blaming it or giving the credit to some fat white man, give people the best gift. Love, time, energy. You don't have to spend no money to show love. That's how they make more money. That's why they come out with Mother's Day. That's why they come out with Father's Day. That's why they come out with Valentine's Day, so they can benefit or make money off of our emotions, off of our love. Now, the 25th is supposed to be, we know it's not, but it's supposed to be Jesus' birthday. Well, if that's the case, how come we celebrate Santa so much and less about Jesus? If you ask your child right now, are you ready for Christmas? What are you ready for? How come you ready for Christmas? I guarantee you, they're not going to say, oh, I can't wait to hear about Jesus. I can't wait to celebrate the Lord Jesus. I can't wait to honor Jesus, Mommy. They're going to say, oh, I'm waiting on Santa to come to town. I see the reindeer. And you know I'm telling the truth. So this Christmas, let's make it a real mass of Christ. Christ.
Oh, that's somebody called while she did that. Hello?
You don't really need a vaccine.
We've been lying to our baby.
Everybody's trying to sit there, man. I don't care who they are. Hey, like, some shit going fast.
About something sooner or later. About something sooner or later.
You can't be honest with everybody. You know, if you run into each other, you know, everybody don't even know what you're doing. Sometimes I ain't doing that. Yeah, y'all doing that. I ain't telling the truth about me, that shit. I'm not being harmless to the dove, but wise to the servant. Wow. Some shit, man, you know.
Gotta keep yourself,
you know,
my dude.
like, you know, shit like, you know, when your kid mature, man, you know, because when they do like that, you know, but when they get mature, they got kids know they where their motherfucking gifts come from. God, shit, we some people looking in the house, man. What that Santa Claus do?
I remember
we was looking for gifts, nigga.
Dog, Dave.
We was young.
Dave, when mom and dad
were getting gifts.
Dave, when mom and dad went to sleep, nigga, you knew what the gift was. Nigga, your daughter went to sleep and found out. I remember, Dave. But I say again, because of that lie right there, it made you sneaky. Right or wrong? Because I wanted to know where the kids was at, because I knew I was getting them. Oh man, I can remember, bro. I can remember how much it lit up the house with the Christmas tree and shit when we were small, bro. Cause I even had one of those moments with Dante. She said, yeah, Daddy, cause that's one thing about you. You made sure I had anything I wanted for Christmas, every Christmas. I said, yeah, cause Barbie was your friend. She had Barbie every fucking thing. I mean, oh my goodness, god damn it, shit to hell it. Every time I think about all that fucking plastic and rubber that I was spending all that money on with that bullshit. Yeah, you talking about collector's items. Yep, I know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fucked up part about it, it was all destroyed in Katrina. Cause I mean, she had everything from Barbie doll to Ken to the Barbie doll bedroom set. And I'm talking about the real Barbie doll bedroom set, the size that she slid in and shit. That shit was crazy, boy, all the money I spent on all that plastic bullshit. Now to think about that investment right there, I say it was well invested. Look at it now though, but still in all, it was a lot of bullshit. All that money I spent on all that motherfucking plastic and rubber shit, being all that Barbie doll bullshit, and then it ended up getting destroyed with Katrina. Yeah, like I said then, Katrina did a lot of fucked up shit to a lot of people. Yeah, bro. One day. And I mean, like I said, it changed lives for real. For when I say for real, you had niggas that were getting ready to go to jail, for life. They wasn't getting off them charges that they were going to jail for. And next thing you know, they got a second chance at not doing nothing again. Oh, nigga, I know a lot of them that did, nigga, they're still kicking around. And I know some of them that didn't. And getting put in the ground, following their old footsteps. Yeah, you do that. See, you do that deal when you like you said, you don't do that walking you used to do that much no more. You see? So when your body ain't doing a lot of walking and doing a lot of sitting, like driving and shit like that there, you're gonna get that little step. That's what it's called. And there you go. That step. The Bible said the green food is to heal the nation. Look, Dave.
What am I saying? After all the meals, right? You eat healthy. And you know, tell me what I'm putting in my body that's going to offend my body.
To the point where I gotta go to the doctor.
And then, of course, she makes the statement, I take meds out of her. You gonna say, I didn't say that.
She said it. You said it.
You medicate.
Yeah, but you said you just told the truth. That's all.
But you do medicate.
No.
I'm not using
I didn't
that.
say it.
I'm not saying nothing against that.
I didn't say it.
You was medicating me before you got with me,
No,
so
I
you
didn't
do what
say
you've been doing. I said, you gotta. She can't get a good sleep out there.
But I been because she got hooked. I'm sorry. I was hooked on nigga. Bruh. I remember them ambience, dog. Them ambience wasn't nothing nice to get away from everything, dog. And when she come home from that hard day at work, man, you gotta try to get some kind of sleep. That's a side effect. You see, no, I be irritable after getting up from that shit. That shit had me with a fucking headache. I said I'll be irritable when I used to get up from that shit because I used to wake up with a headache. And I remember when I told the doctor. Dave, that the Ambry was giving me. I told him the Ambry was giving me headaches. He gave me something else. Another fucking sleeping medication. It was a red pill. Yeah, that's why that vaccine ain't good for her. That's why that vaccine ain't good for her. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yep. Yep. Yeah, bro.
Administration. You all said the president wanted to withhold
a month of my entire life. Like
FEMA disaster aid from California during the wildfires. What fires are you talking about there? What happened with the aid? How is it communicated that it should be withheld?
George, I wish I could tell you this was a one-time thing. In fact, it's not lost to me that today we're talking about California wildfires, because the first time we went through this was in 2018, and the president at the time would get into these phone rants with us, the secretary and myself, about Jerry Brown and how frustrated he was with Jerry Brown and later Gavin Newsom because they didn't support it, and he didn't feel like he had a base of supporters in California. So as wildfire...
Right, y'all.
No.
The kind of poison that they treat me with. I ain't stupid.
Yeah, bro.
So I'm, just like my question, man. If you get diagnosed with that, he said, man, alkaline in your body. He said, man, everything green. Green, man, you get green. Put green.
Bring your immune system.
Green.
Bring your immune system to kill. Yeah.
Green, nigga. Green juices, green. Veggies, pump that green in you, nigga.
Pump that green in you, dog. Cause all I can do is pump that shit out you. You're gonna start.
Man, that green is a cleanser.
Like I said again, you're gonna start having.
It's a cleansing too.
You're gonna start having that mucus coming out your nose. You can come out your nose.
Mucus in you.
Yep.
That is the kind of romaine. They got that's a 75% water. Green water with that chlorophyll in it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Bullshit. They fucking on fire. Oh, I think about what's happening right now. Here I am, a conscious thinking person, well aware of everything going on. I know about everything going on. There's nothing happening. The only one way I can see is somebody with any intelligence. That I never not suggest that word, their words, don't ever come and say that we believe varieties in this election. This election was the worst election by far in the history of my living. I'm in 65, and this was the worst illustration of an election I've never seen. I've never seen it. Never seen nothing like it. Never seen it. Man, you know the force in there, man?
I got 2, I think. Yeah, 2. Then you put that back in the refrigerator. If I pour it on top of something else.
Just basically just mainstream media. Criminal election. No motherfucking news bureau is accredited, has they're not certified to call elections. They're just news agencies. No election is called by media. And they called that shit. They still called it.
No.
Fuck. I said, man, he need to go to bed. He wake up,
he's behind. All the way behind.
Nicely. Boy. Yeah, wake up, they gonna be fucked. Boy, did they do it? Did they do it? Did they do it? I ain't never seen that in my life, quite frankly.
Me neither, dog. They were, like I said, they were too in your face. His pants are too tight and wears his socks.
I think about what LL Cool J did. Love that motherfucker. Love it.
Love it.
Love it.
Love
That's what
it.
they told American people, man.
Love this
Love
fucking.
it.
Love this royal fucking.
Love it. Love it. The way everybody talking about the other day, man. What's that C-word? What's up with them Negroes? Why didn't they call that motherfucker out for this shit? You know what I mean?
Yep.
They want to show how party unity. So I can take this ass one. I know them niggas, man, they would have had a break or whatever they were all on the zone. So everybody's in different places taking that ass with them. Man, he's gonna have an ass with them all over the nation, man. Some of them niggas, I said what I mean what I said. I did more. On the bridge of the platform, she said, they said I wasn't winning. Like he bluffed this shit. Like he really did some shit. I know the niggas really gonna say, man, shut the fuck up, nigga. You ain't doing a motherfucking thing. But they gotta hold the party. Unity together. Take this ass with them like good old slaves, man. Yeah, Master! Master was speaking, man. The motherfucker was, you looked at all the faces. Well, you don't look like something.
It looked like it was scripted or some shit, D. I'm sorry.
Hey, but I mean, hey, look,
bro.
It was zoomed.
It looked scripted, but it was real. It was real.
That was him. But that was him talking.
It was real, bro.
That was that motherfucker talking.
It was real.
Nobody else was saying that because he was I'm clean ding-a-ling, motherfucker. Listen to me, niggas.
Yep.
No, we ain't doing all that shit right now. I got an agenda, man. Shut the fuck up right now.
I said what I said, and I mean what I said.
That's what that nigga said, man. You can piss off if you want.
Yo.
Shit. That motherfucker let you know that's where he was coming from, bro. This is where I'm coming from, niggas. Hear me. Hear me, niggas. That motherfucker was in the black vernacular. He told him, don't get this shit twisted, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker, you the motherfucker. You got to deal with my motherfucker now. Whole motherfucking year.
I'm the king dingling now, nigga. And I'm gonna let my dingling swing.
In the hands of a fucking real lunatic, a racist for real. You know what? We're gonna let this racist, we're gonna see it. We're gonna be shucking each other. He be feeling like another egg. He might be trying to get me coming all over there. He might give us a pussy on this. You know?
Yep.
I don't want to talk to him first. Shit, get me in. I'll let the tap his ass. My husband understands.
My husband part about it. Look, my husband part of it. My husband part of it. My husband, when I told me I give you a piece if he let me up in here. She like fucking, dog. And we already know that's a mixed bag of nuts. That boy. I call it to throw you off laugh. All you can do is do what you can do, and what you can't do, when you get a chance to do it, just do it.
He's also the person who received a letter in the mail from someone claiming to be Santa Claus, attacking him for not having a white Santa.
In North Little Rock, Arkansas, the subdivision of Lakewood is a tranquil place, but that peace was shattered when a letter arrived at Chris and Eddie Kennedy's house. It was signed by Santa.
Please remove your Negro Santa Claus yard.
Dave. It's a kickstand, boy. People bought this Christmas shit.
Chris Kennedy is the owner of the Santa that you see there on your screen. He's also the person who received a letter in the mail from someone claiming to be Santa Claus, attacking him for not having a white Santa.
In North Little Rock, Arkansas, the subdivision of Lakewood is a tranquil place, but that peace was shattered when a letter arrived at Chris and Eddie Kennedy's house. It was signed by Santa.
Please remove your Negro Santa Claus yard decoration. You should not try to deceive children into believing that I am a Negro. I am a Caucasian, a white man to you.
The first word that stuck out to me was Negro. My first thought was literally...
It cut him on right fed. And like I said, Dave, how that make news, Dave? How that make news, bro? Dog, how that make news? How that make news?
If you're new here, go ahead and tap that red button down below to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when the latest news breaks. Now, Anna Kate, she'll be joining me in... When she...
Take that motherfucking note. Go right on, go right on. Get the note. Go right over to his house. Boom, 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 boom. Did you give me this note? Let's discuss this.
Is this from you? Oh.
Look, I buy gifts over in my house. So a black man represent me at my house. At your house, you buy gifts for your kids. Now, that's the way that shit gonna roll. You got a problem with it, take it to somewhere else. It's no discussion of this make-believe bullshit, because it is. It's kid games, and you playing with adults right now, because that's where it get real, man. Fuck you and your ideology too, okay? Got some goddamn problem with that shit.
And you paying your bills. That's your shit.
I'm paying my bills. Do you pay my electric bill? Do you pay my water bill? Do you buy groceries in here? Do you clothe my kids? Do you get them to school? Do you get them to the doctor?
I went out there and put that out there anyway, shit. I did the slave over putting them fucking on Santa Clauses out there for Christmas for my children.
I did that, man.
You're gonna write.
Don't come up in the but that would never went to the news with me.
Thank you.
All right, well, look at me. I ain't gonna make this an issue. But look here.
Don't do that
I pay bills at my house.
Don't do no more. Don't do that no more. Yep.
You don't have to make no. And look here. A black man pays every bill in that house. And I want to play games and make believe with my kids. I want to understand that a black man in this game we playing called Christmas buy gifts here. And he ain't coming down no chimney to do shit. I'm the Santa Claus in my house. You got a problem with that? Go take that up with the city.
She said, breaking, Alan Perot, CIA whistleblower, tells Charles Woods, the father of Tyrone Woods, who was killed in Benghazi, that Obama and Biden sent $152 billion as a cover-up for the deaths of SEAL Team 6. Alan said all of the proof will come out, documents and audio. Now, I'm going to play you the video that's attached here Okay, video of the whistleblower's own words. But first, let's get some background. Kerry Donovan from DJHJ Media reports that the full interview of the CIA whistleblower interviewed by Charles Woods and Nicholas Snow surfaced on Sunday, where the three talk about the blackmail extortion of $152 billion sent to Iran to cover up the deaths of SEAL Team 6 by the Obama administration. Perot has extensive experience with the intelligence community, and he's planning on releasing the documents this week. And what he said are going to uncover numerous crime sprees. Now, I personally have confirmation that the whistleblower evidence is now in the hands of a member of Congress with the means to take action. The Perot said of the evidence, a heavy price has been paid for uncovering, and millions of people want to see the truth come out. Yes.
Back to Obama again. Back to Obama again, dog. Back to Obama again.
No, not to lie about something so
back to the nigga that said the 9 job was never coming back. And Donald Trump flipping trains, all that.
So this big lie, that you see, Biden, Hillary, and Clinton worked this agreement with Iran. They trusted Iran to move bin Laden to Pakistan. He did. He was there. But then they trusted Iran to keep him there. They moved him out back to Iran. And then the communication from Iran to Obama was, hey, we got your neck in a noose. Give us all this money. $152 billion. $2 billion on an airplane pallet was paid out for the secrets I wish to reveal now and to the president under the terms of misprision and treason. That is to say, this is a secret. These are secrets worth $152 billion paid by President Obama. And Vice President Biden paid with the blood of SEAL Team 6 when he had them killed.
It says blackmail and extortion. Then.
Blackmail and extortion.
Yeah,
Iran commandeered.
You have the documents to
yes. Yes.
Now,
Iran. Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to ask you, if you have those documents, are you willing to personally deliver those to President Trump if he were to provide the transportation and the guarantee of safety for you to do that?
Well, I'm not concerned about safety. There's always an invisible hand that protects us, and we're on the winning team. America's on the winning team.
Not one sparrow falls to the ground outside of God's will.
It would be my pleasure and my honor to bring this material to President Trump. There's a massive amount, terabytes, documents, video, audio. It needs to go to the president.
I will do everything that I can to get this video.
And now, joining me is Anna Kate. Anna has personally seen and heard the evidence firsthand. She was there when the information was transferred to a person of influence in the United States government. Anna, break this all down for us. This is huge news. What are the implications for Obama, Hillary, Brennan? What did you hear on those audio recordings?
First of all, thank you, Gary, for having me on. I want to say this is the most explosive information that Americans and the entire world will ever hear. I have to say, these men are heroes. Alan, Charles, Nick, they are American heroes. It's an honor to even be a part of this. I was not expecting this at all. I was attending American Priority Conference in Florida where Trump Doral, and they were the last ones to speak. They the best for last, because shockingly, they gave this presentation, dropped this Benghazi bombshell on all of our heads, and we're all wondering what in the world just happened. I came up to honor these wonderful men. They're Christian men. They're spirit-filled men. As a Christian, I wanted to honor them as American patriots and heroes. And they basically said, hey, we need someone to help release this right now. Would you help us? And so I jumped on the bandwagon. We got to my room right away, put the stuff out there. They showed me a lot of the documents. I heard the audios. I heard even more audios this morning. Gary, it is explosive. the audios that they have. I can't mention some of the names, but I'll tell you the biggest names in intelligence, the biggest names in the Obama administration, Brennan, Clinton. There's so much. It ties into Joe Biden. There is so much here. What this administration has done is absolute treason. Now, we all know, and not all of us actually in America are aware, that something was wrong with Benghazi. Okay, there were red flags there, and there was big red flags with SEAL Team 6 who took out Osama bin Laden. It was interesting timing right before Obama's re-election, how this bin Laden raid happened. But turns out that all of these stories, they're all linked together. This is the best kept secret in this country until now. It is time to come forward, and I'm so blessed that this man, Allen, who has an extensive history in the Middle East, over 20 years working intelligence in the Middle East, who, regrets some of the things that he has done, but has come forward as a Christian saying it's time to release this information. He has thousands of files, thousands of documents that are in the hands of these whistleblowers. So it's a team effort, and a lot of media sources have this information. As you have said, a congressperson has received this disc last night. I was there. It happened right in front of me. We're about to see some explosive things surface. I'll tell you a little quick preview of what it's about. Obviously, you have Nick No, who is a Benghazi whistleblower who reached out to Charles Woods after his son died in Benghazi. He was a sniper up on the roof in Benghazi. His father, Charles Woods, never knew what happened to Tyrone Woods. He was lied to by the Obama administration, telling them that they have done everything that they could to protect those men, which was a bold-faced lie. They did not. And Charles Woods explains it in his presentation, which is up on my YouTube if you want to see the entire presentation. He explained what Obama wrote him a 3-sentence letter, Gary, a 3-sentence letter completely lying to him. And what happened was, after Charles went on different interviews and it went viral, there were intelligence people that reached out to Charles and said, that is not what happened. You were lied to. This is what happened. Benghazi, Hillary Clinton and the Obama administration, they were sending weapons, Stinger missiles from Libya to Syria, and it was going through Benghazi. And they allowed all those men to be taken out because of what they knew. And he also found out, in addition to that, which is insane, he found out more information about SEAL Team 6 with Osama bin Laden, which is what is all of this is coming out. It's all connected together.
So from what I've been able to gather so far, listening to the whistleblower himself, looking over the different articles that have already been published, in conversations with people, yourself, other sources, what I'm able to gather here is that the entire operation to take out Osama bin Laden was orchestrated with Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton goes off. She sends out SEAL Team 6. They don't tell Obama. They say, Obama, you're going to have to deal with this, because they've been hiding Osama bin Laden in Iran. And apparently, even CBS News punted the story back.
And Iran knew about it.
And Iran knew about it. They were hiding him there. Back in 2010, CBS News punted a story because they thought it would be harmful to Barack Obama. So it was actually known, but they dropped the ball. So what ends up happening is you have the SEAL Team 6 goes in, Hillary orders the hit, and then Iran sends Osama bin Laden down to that hideout where he was supposedly hiding, but then they switch him out last minute. Yes. SEAL Team 6 goes in there, and they kill the decoy. And now they go up in the air, they finish their mission, but now they all know that they didn't kill Osama bin Laden, but America, everyone's celebrating in front of the White House that very moment. So now you've got a serious problem on your hands, and Iran says, guess what? We're going to tell the world that you lied to your people unless you send us the money. Is that basically what we're talking about in a nutshell here?
In a nutshell, that's exactly what happened. And the implications of this, the administration in cohorts with Iran protecting bin Laden. And I have to say, I just heard the audio clip this morning of a congressman, he will be named, I won't name his name right now, who is not a good guy, who is on these audio tapes with Allen talking about, well, let's hold off killing Osama bin Laden until the time is right so we can use him as a trophy. The word trophy wasn't used.
You heard a congressman say that.
Yes, I did. I heard it. I don't have the file. They have it. It's being released. It's given to the congressman last night. Media has it as well. They're hopefully soon they'll release it. But I heard this. I heard that on the audio that they said, hold Osama until we're ready. And then what happened was Iran, last second, like you were saying, last minute, decided to take Osama out. And so there was a decoy, a double, whatever it was. When the SEAL Team 6 team came in to kill Osama, they had direct orders not to take the body back home. You saw with Saddam Hussein, it was all over the place. His pictures were everywhere. They took the body, they did a DNA test, confirmed it was Saddam Hussein. But with bin Laden, it was never happened. It never happened. They told them to basically throw his body parts over the mountains, which in the news media, they said it wasn't, they dropped his body in the water, which by the way is haram, which Allen explains, having lived in the Middle East over 20 years. He said that's haram. When you bury a Muslim, you bury them in the ground and their head faces Mecca. There is no way that they would ever, as a Muslim, and John Brennan being director of the CIA would know that because he's Muslim himself, he would know not to ask them to drop it off over the mountains. So the Navy, the SEAL Team 6 knew what was going on, and I'm sure they knew they were in big trouble, and obviously they were all slaughtered and all left to die by this not this administration, by Obama administration. And what happened, like you said, Iran on audio tapes, it's going to come out, making deals with the Obama administration and Joe Biden's administration, saying, if you do not send us $152 billion, we will release this information, and you will not get reelected. So, what did Obama do?
You mentioned that money, but I also heard Perot say there was $2 billion that was also earmarked. I don't mean to interrupt you, but please continue.
No. That's exactly what I was going to get to, exactly. So there was $2 billion in cash that was sent from America to Iran. That $2 billion on audio is recorded. I haven't heard it, but I know we have it, is that the administration said that $2 billion cash is going to go back to the Americans, back to the politicians in order to keep their mouth shut. So they sent, $150 billion, but $2 billion in cash so it can come back and take care of the people who are keeping this massive treasonous secret.
So $2 billion gets redirected of that $153 billion, gets redirected back to the United States. I can only assume that some of the people on that phone call were recipients of that dirty money, perhaps that congressman, perhaps John Brennan, Hillary Clinton. What are your thoughts?
That's right. And actually, there's also a lot of documents that points Clinton Foundation with terrorism in the Middle East, and also McCain's Foundation also implicated. This is explosive. And once the congressman is going to go through this evidence, there's a plethora of it. Once he realizes that this is legitimate, that this intel is coming from a source who is credible. Not only that, Gary, but there are other operatives who have confirmed this information, specifically to Charles Woods, which I'm sure the congressman will speak to as well. So the implications of this is treason. Hang them. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian, but you are a treasonous traitor. Gallows, hang on the own gallows that you have set for us, our Americans. This is you. In America, we protect our military men. We protect them. We don't let them die. We don't call off search and rescues. We don't call off CCO missions to rescue them out of Benghazi. This is absolutely disgusting, and I have a feeling that the mainstream media is not going to want to cover this, but they're going to have no choice because this information is already viral. That's why we released it last night. It went viral. The American people want to know what's going on, what has happened under our noses, how much were we lied to. We want to know the truth. It's time to know the truth. And Hillary Clinton and the Obama administration have known that there is a chance that this will come out. There is a hot chance this will come out, and that is why they never wanted President Trump to win. He wasn't supposed to win, according to them. They were trying to steal it from him. That's why they're trying to impeach him. That's why they're doing anything, even crashing an economy with a pandemic, COVID, to make sure that he doesn't get reelected. He will get reelected in Jesus' name.
Oh yeah, everything,
And
dude.
when these documents do
Everything.
come out, when the congressman asks to hold hearings, subpoenas will come out. I'm ready. I don't know if you got your popcorn ready, Gary, but I got my popcorn ready for justice in this country. This 2020 has been crazy, but hopefully it's full of justice.
And I want to look at your Twitter here. You say a member of Congress received a majority of the documents last night. You also said a well-respected general that you all know and love said everything that came out is spot on. So you have some high-ranking general who's confirmed all this already.
Yes, this high-ranking general confirmed it with Charles Woods. He spoke to Charles Woods this morning and said everything that you have released is spot on. This general is going to be named, I'm not going to mention his name, but we all, a lot of people know who he is. He's very well loved.
You got to worry about people getting hurt by telling
on.
the truth. Them telling the truth. This shit crazy. Yeah, it's a nasty. It's like Dave. It's like the music industry. It's fucked up, all that shit together. All them same movie, same coin. Same fucking coin. Same fucking coin. Fuck your couch, nigga. Fuck your couch, nigga. Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch. Couch.
Never should have trusted you niggas.
Never should have gave you niggas money. Never should have gave you niggas money. You black motherfucker, you. Darkness. Oh, shit. Yeah. Killing your own people. people. I'm thinking, should I call them in the morning or should I call them right now? I'm gonna call them now.
You need more water in here?
No, I'm good.
I'll put another badass shower in here.
All right.
not have civilian access. Welcome them on base.
Morse Mutual, we're here to help. With Morse, it's mutual.